What is up, everybody? Welcome to my channel. It is your guy TM coming at you with my most anticipated comics, movies, TV shows of 2024. But I thought, hey, I want to do this, but I don't want to be like, hey, I'm going to just talk about the things that I'm excited for. I thought, you know what? I might as well get some great people from this community to come on and talk about it with me. So I reached out to two amazing people in this community, and they said, yeah, we're down to do that. We're super excited to do that. And they compiled lists to talk about them tonight. So let's bring them out and say hello to the chat. So let's bring out Mike from Evils Comics and Cliff from the Council of Comics.
Hi.
What is up, guys? Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you guys for accepting the invite to come on here and talk about our most anticipated of 2024. I truly appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having me. Hey, everybody.
Thanks for having us. I'm excited. It's Saturday night.
Saturday night.
So let's say hello to a few people. We got 7 people already watching. We're a little late, but let's say hello to the chat before we get into things. We got Phil. Uncle Phil is in the building. What's up, Phil?
Squirrel.
Squirrel.
Coming in and hot second is Las Cruces.
What's up, Las Cruces?
Las Cruces.
We have Joe 4771. Woohoo!
What's up, Joe?
I think that's the most excited I've ever seen Joe. Not gonna lie. We got Mark, Legion of Comics, where I'll be joining tomorrow night for At Week's End.
What's up,
Mark?
We got Norrin Rad in the building. What's up, Norrin Rad?
Aaron?
And we got Digger Jim in the building. What's up, Digger Jim?
Celebrity in the house. What's up, Digger?
We got Cliff on Comics in the chat and on screen doing double duty.
What's up, Cliff?
What is up, Ryan Riley?
Yo. Papa Wheelie says I'm talking soft. What's going on?
Uh-oh. What's up, Ryan?
Let me fire up.
Is it a smooth way? He's like, oh, he's talking soft.
We got Kevin, Entropy in Comics in the building. What's up, Entropy?
What's up, Kevin?
Norrin Rad is already throwing out Alice in Borderlands, number 3, or
Season 3. All right.
Season 3.
We'll get there.
What is up, Papa?
I see what Papa's saying. I see what he's saying. Yeah, you are a little quiet, Cliff. You know, you're usually like the most exuberant one, so you are a little low energy. I get what he's saying.
Oh no! I didn't explode into the scenery.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And we got DJ Links in the building. I didn't notice this when I set this time, but it's going on as Gary B's 1011 is going on. So definitely go show his support to Gary B. I do apologize. I didn't mean to overlap this. I did want to get it out before Mad Spidey's show tonight, but I didn't realize that you were going live tonight. So I do apologize, Gary B. So without further ado, guys, the reason why we're here, the reason why I assembled you guys, the amazing community members you are, is to talk about our most anticipated comics, movies, TV shows, not in that order, but what do you guys want to get started with? And the people in the chat, whatever category we're on, I want you guys to say what you guys are excited for in that said category.
Do you want to start with the category I'm most excited about or least excited about and build?
I'd say let's go least. I like that.
All right.
That's kind of how mine are.
Least excited is a tie between television and movies.
Oh,
That's the opposite of Mike. And Mike was like, all right, come on, comics.
Yeah,
no, we could do that.
Comics I'm more excited about than television and movies.
See, I'm the opposite. I'm the least excited. My list of upcoming like stuff that I'm excited for is like minimal.
I'm so glad that I got you two to come on the show because now it's the opposite for both of you guys. So we're gonna hear a lot. And
should we
Cliff is most excited for comics. You're most excited for TV shows. I'm most
Well, do
excited
you-
for movies, so we're good.
Well, you know what? You're the host. Let's split the difference and do movies.
All right. So for movies, I've gotten like about 7 here, even though I said let's bring 5 here. So guys in the chat, shout out what movies you are most excited for in 2024. Right. It's actually 2024 now. So Cliff, we're gonna start with you. What movies are you most excited for in 2024? Give us one.
Okay, one, I'm going to start with the most obvious one, and that would be Deadpool 3.
Yes.
It's on my list.
Deadpool 3. Yeah.
I think it has to be because we're only getting 2 big comic book movies, and both those movies are on my list. And not just for that reason, but I mean that's the only 2 comic, Yeah.
Yeah. So Deadpool 3, of course, starring Ryan Reynolds, comes out July 26th. So I'm definitely it's on my list too. Mike, what is one that you have on your list? I have a couple of people in.
I'm going with Godzilla Kong. I'm going, that's a movie I'm excited for. Is that team up? Get to see Scar in action, getting them a nemesis. I don't know, getting some teamwork action, some Thanos gauntlet stuff. I don't know. Godzilla and Kong looks really fun. If they complete what's started, it should be good. So, and Monarch's been really good. All the signs are leading that Godzilla's and King Kong are in good hands.
Interesting.
I'm gonna go off like this is probably on my lower side of my list here. It's an animated film. It's the 4th one in the franchise, and absolutely loved all 3 of those movies. We got Data coming back, Kiwong. I can't say his name. Kiwong from Goonies, and he was in Loki season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He will be voicing a character in this movie as well, and that is Jack Black's Kung Fu Panda 4 coming out March 8th. I'm super excited for that. I love the franchise, love that animated franchise. And it will have what's her name? The woman that plays Waller is going to be the big bad. So I'm super excited for Kung Fu Panda 4.
Okay. I also, it's not on my list, but I'm looking forward to it.
I as well. I saw the trailer and it does look good. I could say the only thing that scares me is it feels like a copy because that's kind of what. But I mean, there is a little bit of a twist, but that's the only thing. I mean, it kind of feels like we've done this before, kind of thing. But I enjoyed all the first 3. I mean, so I am looking forward to this movie. It will be like a theater watch type thing.
Yeah, this will probably be the first one I actually go to and see in theaters. So I just want to go at a time where I'm like not going when there's like just kids going to be there because that's weird, in my opinion. I just want to go where it's like it's the theater's empty.
It is. We keep it, dangerous strangers safe.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, this one I don't know about this one. Nornrad points at Venom 3.
Is that,
now we can
is that
talk
really,
about
that's really on people's list? Is it really?
now hold on. Now we can talk about it for a moment. Okay, it might not be on any of our list, but I mean we got 2 movies, and the fact that they move forward with the 3rd one, I mean it could tie it up in a nice, neat little trilogy bundle. And especially, I mean, outside of the comic book world, I mean Venom 1 and 2 did well, and outside of the comic book world, people are excited for Madam Web and Raven.
There are, oh my God, you just named 2 movies I was going to talk about, but Venom 3 does not make my...
It hasn't made my list yet because it's still too early. We don't have a trailer.
No, I mean, it hasn't even made my radar. That's what I'm saying.
After the Carnage movie, I mean, they kind of, like, I enjoyed the first movie, and I do enjoy parts of Venom 2, but for me, Venom 2 was such a big fail on just the fact that they even tried to do Carnage and the way they tried to do it. It just, and I love Woody Harrelson. I thought he killed that, the human role of it. I don't know. I think it will dictate, like, my thing will be a trailer. What's up, Choppy?
Chop.
Yeah, Venom 3. I feel like the only way that they can actually make this work is because, like, I'm kind of interested in seeing Craven because of like it's not Craven. It could be another movie and call it totally something different.
Yeah.
It's
I
definitely
don't
not the
care. I
Spider-Man's
call
Craven,
it my
but
Aaron Taylor Johnson love
looks
fest.
good. It looks like it's going to be a fun
It
action-packed
does.
movie,
It
and
looks
so
like I'm
Craven.
gonna
It didn't
love
make my
watching that
list,
movie
but
on
I'm
Rewind on
excited
mute.
for it.
Surprisingly
And
enough, to me, it does have the shape of a good, like, just action, fun film, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know. And it can
yeah,
be its own thing. I mean, you know, what comic book movie do we have that's comic book accurate? I mean, none of them. Like, we're not getting none of the stories from the comic. We're getting close. So we're getting similarities, you know. I mean, but no,
yeah.
none of them are the
Uh,
characters we have from the comics.
but I feel like the only way Venom 3 can actually work is if they go down that road and make it a little bit more adult instead of making it a PG movie and cutting out all the blood while you have Carnage in there, which is like a psychotic killer. So I feel like they need to maybe give it rated
We might
R for
we
Venom
might get
3.
that, you know, which I'm kind of hopeful on because a lot of the upcoming Marvel projects are in the mature rating. Like Echo's in a mature rating. Secret Wars was, not Secret Wars. Secret Invasion was had a mature rating, although I don't think it really used it minus one word. Like, but um, no, the Echo, and I think that will depend on that show. But I mean, and it's with Hulu as well. It's still Disney, but I mean, if they achieve like a mature status on that show, that could dictate. And I mean, which is kind of funny because we're talking about Sony mixed with Marvel, and they're being afraid to go to that, you know, PG-13 level is what it really is. I mean, yeah, I know.
I
Right?
want to say
Because
hello to a few people that jumped in. We got Bobby joining us. What is up, Bobby? And we got
Hey,
Dope
Bobby,
Comics. What is up, Dope?
what's up, Dope?
I'm just saying they PG-13 makes it more financially accessible. As it is, they're already taking what I feel is a big risk by making Craven R-rated, you know, and it's quite violent. On the other hand, maybe there's not as tremendous an investment in special effects for Craven, but there definitely is when it comes to Venom, and you got this CGI Venom running around left and right.
Yeah,
But at the same time, we need to get more adults to go out to the movie theaters. Most of us are just like, no, we need something to kick us out and be like, go to the movies.
What we
And that
need
is
is 18 months of no comic book movies whatsoever, and that'll do it. Just make
Well,
people.
what we
Just make
need
people
is
wait.
just good movies. It's you know,
No, yes, there has to be good movies, but also we need a break because that is straight up affecting this.
the genre, you know, that's that the genre can be overkill. I don't believe that because then you have like subsets of genres like horrors, like slasher films, and they drop like 5, 6 horror movies a month. And I mean, like 3 of those are streaming, and like a couple of them do make theaters. But you're talking about that hasn't stopped since the '90s. Like, and
And
no one,
they're affordable to make.
they
well,
are, but
Right.
there are
That is a
times
tremendous factor.
if you look at just that horror subset, there are times when people didn't go out to those horror movies, and guess what? It was because they were bad horror movies, and I'm not even talking about the bad horror movies that we'd like. They were just, you know, they had gotten lazy in Hollywood, and there was a period of time when they were just giving us like kind of crud for a while. What gets people back to the movies is he said, she said. I mean, look at all the people looking at Rotten Tomato and reviews, and I mean, if a movie has good legs, it'll walk.
I think it needs a
well,
combination.
I somewhat agree with Cliff here, and that like we need to make it feel like an event. And like if we wait and like spread it out a little bit, it'll feel like an event. That's why I'm hoping for Superman Legacy and stuff. Because like what it used to feel like with an Avengers movie coming out, it's like, oh, here's an event movie coming out. We need to go see it. Same thing with Barbie and Oppenheimer. Those were event movies that people got excited for, and it built up the excitement. Nobody's getting like this overloaded excitement for these hero movies. I feel like it's good that James Gunn's movie's not coming out until 2025, because we've just had 4 failures.
Well, nobody's getting hyped for them because they're still in prosthetic stages right now. I mean, there's no actual
But as
posters or
it
trailers.
progresses, it will get people will get excited because you
Yeah,
have
but you're
that
talking about
time
general
in
public.
between.
general
where
public
like
isn't like
nobody.
excited for a movie until they hear about the movie, and unless they're watching like ET or Entertainment Tonight, they're not in the know like we are. You know, they don't usually know about a movie until they
But
see a
it's
trailer.
still not like it's still building up hype for most of us that are excited for it, but also giving the casual viewer a break. Like it's giving them a break, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, 6 months before the movie, they're like, "Oh wow, it's been a while since we've seen a superhero movie. Let's go check out this new hero, this new Superman movie." And then it builds up over 6 months.
I want to agree with what Cliff said a while ago, that I believe there's a formatted time that these companies should take a break and reset, just like DC is doing right now. I think there is a big problem of trying to like cast a new universe right after coming out of a universe. I think there needs to be a break for that regard. You know, I think it's confusing for fans to like, you know, try and dictate, you know, hey, what's with Black Adam, and you know, these movies that just came out a year ago, and you're talking about Batman versus Superman versus Man of Steel was like a 4 year wait, or you know, like I mean, I agree with that. There needs to be a separation in between these universes for casual fans, but like waiting to see if superhero genre is just going to come back because you know people forgot about it. That's
Well, no, not
I,
forget, but you know, a break. Because I feel it's needed, and I
if
and of
anything,
course,
I think Hollywood needs to stop focusing on trying to make these superhero, you know, movies being these $1 billion budget, you know, m- worthwhile movies. You know, that became a thing after superhero movies started, like, you know, that stride. And now that's the goal, is to reach that billion. And you're talking about that we're already shooting for the stars at 1 billion. You know, I mean, and that's the expectation of like every movie, regardless of how much money they put into it. Is, you know, and I get that they're trying to get as much money as everything, but you're talking about. I mean, they're giving us movies that they know are bad, expecting it to make this money and stuff like that. You know,
do they know they're bad, or are they just crazy?
and
Right? Because I don't know.
good
Uh,
goes
well,
back and forth. Like, what's the difference, kind of thing.
right,
well,
On the
because
crazy.
because it typically seems to be they're so there's so much about the money and a formula for the money, and you know, that
Because it's like, even going outside of comic books, you go into Star Wars, and they're talking about, you know, if you ask most like most fans of Star Wars, what would be the problem of Star Wars, and they'd be like, Kathleen Kennedy, she's the problem. And I mean, is that really the problem? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a multitude of many problems, but what I really believe is who gets control of this stuff once they see how money is coming and how they can make money off it. It's what they do with that in that regard. And 9 times out of 10, it stays good for a while, but the you know, Marvel was great, and then they split their division. They split their team into TV shows and movies, and that's where we got the separation of what we're in now. You know, and it's not that that wasn't like wishful thinking. It's not that that wasn't great. We were all excited. I can go back like a couple years ago, and I remember talking to Travis about the Disney show, the Marvel stuff that we were about to get. You know, and I want to say most of the shows were good. You know, I mean, they weren't the worst TV I've ever
most
seen.
of the shows like Moon Knight we actually watched together. We did
Yeah,
so.
and then much to my surprise, shows that I thought were excellent, I would turn around to people and you know, it was like, no, it was garbage, and I'm like, oh my god, the acting was excellent, the writing was okay. I didn't care for the kaiju fight at the end of Moon Knight, but it wasn't enough to destroy it for me. But for other people, just the fact that they didn't see enough Moon Knight, they were pissed off, and then the kaiju fight threw them over the edge. I meet people who hate Ahsoka, and I'm like, what?
I have good friends that I trust their Star Wars opinion, and they didn't like Ahsoka, and I'm like,
Yeah,
ah.
it's like a
And
spear through the chest. I was like, what is
but
it going to take?
But that's I think that's the culture we're in right now. We're so divided on everything we see, because I know I love Flash, and I know a bunch of people that
I
hated it.
think it. I think it's this. Like you either hate something or you like it, and there's no in between.
Hmm.
No, with Ahsoka, there's things that I absolutely loved about it. Was there faults? Of course there
Yeah.
was, but it didn't make me hate the show, and that like it didn't end in a good way. It had flaws in the last episode, but like I for everything in between and for what we got, it was a solid show. But speaking of solid, not shows, but movies, let's get back on topic here. Mike, what is another movie in your list that you're excited for in 2024?
A big one that everybody's looking forward to. I know that, well, they should be, or I don't know. Hey Brian, but Dune 2, Dune Part 2. I'm
Yes.
super excited for. I'm. I mean, honestly, that's probably like it's like one of the top of my list. I don't know if I've decided what's number one, but I mean, you're talking about what is that now? Like 3 years we've been waiting, 2 years, something like that. No, I'm excited.
I had two.
Listen, I feel
I
lucky that we even got it.
Yeah,
I
it was
have yet
kind
to
of getting
watch
to be
it.
one of those. Well, now's the time. Now, guess what? I'm going to read the book before we get, because I've never read the book before. So I'm going to read the book before we get to the, because I've always been a fan of the David Lynch Dune. I mean, that was enough to get me into the world of Dune, but I've never, like, explored past that.
I pray that whatever version of Dune you read has the appendices, because the appendices has my favorite freaking background story that I feel should absolutely be part of the main narrative of the films, and they never do it. And that's freaking Atreides' ancestor on the planet rescuing this young man, right? And they have to take him back to the tribe and all of that, and then they end up like worshiping this dude because it's like, oh no, he's like telling us he can save the planet, he can like make this a paradise, and it sets a whole tone that doesn't get set without it, right? And I, by the way, I still like the first Dune film that we got, but that was one of my strikes against it. Was I wish they had incorporated that. My other strike against it is the desert they filmed in is the same desert as Lawrence of Arabia, which is spectacular, right? And looks alien and looks crazy, and they made it dull rather than using the natural wild desert landscape that it presents. So I was.
Well, just wait, because we're gonna get that in this movie, because that's once he awakes as Muad'Dib. That's part
So.
of, like, just think about it, because once he's reborn, it'll make sense that the world looks
We
different
see the
for him.
world the way he sees the world, right? I hope they do that, because that would be a big.
Well, I've seen in the trailers
turnaround.
that there are scenes. If you look at there are scenes where the desert looks white, and there's scenes where the desert looks, that it has its yellowy, like brownish texture that it should have. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know if those are just
that
flashbacks.
desert is orangey almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That,
It's
and
got
like
like a.
that's what I would love to see. But yeah,
Wasn't Dune 2? It got pushed back too. It was supposed to come out in early 20 or late 2023.
Listen, it got pushed back, and
Yeah,
I'm sure they had to have a major corporate discussion on whether or not to proceed, because it came out during the pandemic and almost no one actually saw it in theaters. So there was a lot that had to go into that decision making.
Yeah, and I can agree with Aaron. I don't know if I'm a fan of Zendaya's. I don't know. She just. I like her as an actress, but I want to say for that character, she just comes off like a little like young.
Listen, when you read, honestly, when you read the book, I don't know, because dude wrote the book. He is so horny for the mom when he writes that book. It's insane. It's like, it's so obvious when you're reading it. It's like, wow. And then like all the other characters, okay.
He did the Oedipus Rex thing, huh?
Very much. I mean, not the character. I mean, the writer. You could just tell the writer is.
Yeah. No, it's just like I was saying, like it's a trope that he had in there. But I mean, you could get that in the David Lynch movie. That was like part of it. But,
and you always should get part of it, because she is a very interesting driving force in this.
I want to say in the new movie that's in there. I mean, maybe not textually, but I want to say you could like read between the lines the way he looks at his mom, and Like I can kind of see that without reading the book. Like now that you said
No,
that,
but
I can.
I don't think he had that Oedipus thing with the two of them for the book, but the writer is so like excited for this
Plagued by
character.
that.
Yeah, like you can
I
tell
got
the
you.
writer's really into her. You're like,
Yeah, me too. I like
based on how, because Dune is written with a lot of like narrative, right? Like even I could ruin it, but there's something that could have been
yeah,
ruined for
don't worry.
you. But the thing is like you just are straight up given information because you're in X character's head in that chapter. And so you just have access to all this private information that in a different format of storytelling would have been a big reveal for you. But instead, it's like, oh my God, that's what this dude is thinking and doing. Oh, shit. Frank Herbert
What's up,
reviewing
Ross?
this.
What's up, Roscoe, buddy? Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to. Everybody seems to be so excited. We had Phil excited for it, Norm, Brad. You guys are excited for it. Mark is excited for it. So I'm gonna have to definitely
Have you
finally
ever
sit down
seen
and watch.
the original?
No, I've
I
never
would
seen
I
it.
would suggest going like I'll give you like a little brief, like hey, this should be your mentality like going into this movie, but watch the old like 1984 or whatever year that that first Dune movie came out. Watch that and then watch the new movie.
If you can
I
get
think
the
because
full cut.
yeah, because the original movie is like the full story. Well, the first book. Well, I think
Yes.
so. Don't quote me because I haven't read it, but they pretty much shrunk it down where it's not like broken into parts. So that first movie is pretty much the whole story. And what we got out of the first part of Dune, yes, it looks cool and everything, and there's some cool parts of it. But most of the coolest part of Dune hasn't even happened yet. That's going to be in part two. I mean, you're talking
Yeah.
about sandworms and him coming Wadib and the whole like war. No, all that's in the second part. Don't listen to me. I love that David Lynch man. It's a great movie. I'm not. It might not have aged well. There's some that's part of the conversation, the mindset that you need to get into.
I just sent you each the YouTube of the fan edit for the 3-hour
That was a
version.
good one too, the sci-fi version.
Yeah. But like the 3-hour edit of the 1984 one, that one
Oh, I watched
really
the
that
extended.
lays
I
it down.
watched.
Yeah, that's really good.
It's
Alright,
just
is
one of
that-
those stories that has a massive lore. So if you like Star Wars, if you like Game of Thrones, if you like Lord, well, I know you don't, but Lords of the Rings will be another. Or worlds that are built around massive world building, a lot of lore that goes into the world that this all. Dune is one of those stories, and that's why I eat it up. A lot of people call it like, it's part like it has this whole like government and these democracies that are fighting against each other and stuff. You have this whole like you have war. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's in Dune.
and Dune was your pick, right, Mike?
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
a lot of people's pick.
Well, in your list,
Yeah,
Cliff,
it was
what
mine.
is a pick for you for best movies of 24 or
Um,
most anticipated movies of 2024?
So should we not be duplicating each other because Dune 2 is up there for me as well.
We could just say it was on your list, but just go to the next.
All right, going to the next one. Because I feel like I need to redeem Zendaya. We're gonna go with the Challengers.
I
Haven't
have
heard
not
of
heard
that.
about this one.
Mm.
Oh, it's got quite a little bit of a controversy behind it.
Give us a little bio. What's it about? Give us the who might be in
So
it.
like
I mean, you said
it's
Zendaya.
basically Zendaya. It's like it starts as teen love, right? It's a love triangle. It's her and Mike Fast and Josh O'Connor and like like the three, like they're both into Zendaya and there's definitely three-way action happening here, and that's a bit of the controversy. But like there's a lot of love and injuries and getting older and marrying other people and like that thing where like you're just I just love a good crazy bizarre. I
Okay,
can't get over.
outside of the love triangle, what is it about? What's it about?
No, it's
I
a love
mean,
triangle. It's a love triangle through the ages.
is
That's
it
the problem.
a love a love triangle throughout
Okay.
the ages?
Yes, right. So it's like
Is it like time travel?
no,
Damn it!
no, it's a basic drama. It's just
Damn it!
youth, middle age, late life.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, like, and I'm not even.
That actually sounds interesting. See, I like that. So the three-way relationship, the love triangle is woven in between time.
Yeah.
Their times. Okay, I got you.
A question
Ben
from
Ross.
Ryan.
It'd be Bob Ross. Ben Ross.
Ben Ross. We're gonna find out if
Ross.
I have a Bob Ross in me on Monday night.
Well, to be quite honest with you, Cliff, I'm probably not going to check out that movie, but
I could watch the
it,
trailer, see what it's
Oh,
about.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh, we're still talking about that. I'm like, I'm done. I'm like, but it looks fun, and like, I need a movie that is, I need a
The
palate
names,
cleanser.
the names throwing me off. The challengers, like I'm trying to
Yeah.
get the point.
yeah,
Well,
right.
because like love at triangle challenging, right?
Yeah, I got you. I thought it was more deep than that.
Why wouldn't they just call it the triangle?
Right, the love triangle.
Because I don't know. We gotta see the movie, man, and really get into it.
I guess so.
Maybe it's a challenge for them to get together.
Well, that's the challenge, is to watch.
Yeah,
the
that's
movie.
the challenge, right? Like, I was like, have neither of you had some weird unrequited love that just keeps like tormenting you throughout your life?
No.
I've
Not
been
yet.
single for the last 3 years, dude.
I'm
Of
going
course,
like
single,
8.
but that doesn't mean that you don't have an unrequited love that comes whirling in.
I wish.
Next question. No.
Next question. Next movie is also a love story throughout the ages.
Oh God, here we go.
And it's
No, I'm playing.
Beetlejuice 2.
Oh,
God,
Beetlejuice 2.
That one's
Coming out
not going to make
September
my
6th.
list until I see a
No?
trailer. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not coming until September 6th, though.
I'm
We got a while.
excited for name only, but we're in nostalgic like craze mode right now, and only some of the nostalgic movies that we've gotten have been good, so.
Well, here's the thing, though. Most nostalgic movies are done by a different person. This is going to be done by Tim Burton. And Tim Burton has not let us down lately with bringing us another show that might make a list in the TV shows. So we'll get to that later. But yeah, he hasn't disappointed with bringing that type of. This is his style. This is definitely his style of movies. So I don't think he's going to damage it at all, to be honest.
Do you hear what the plot is containing of?
No. Well, I know that Jenna Ortega is coming in to be Lydia's. Is it Lydia?
Daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, Lydia's
That's right.
daughter. So.
But do you know what else? Because this is kind of intriguing. It actually doesn't continue after Beetlejuice 1. It continues after the cartoon.
That's the part that's freaking me out.
It continues after not even the first season. He said only the first 10 episodes. And if you've watched that and then you get to that last episode that he's talking about, that's what kind of I need to see a trailer on, because that's not where they left us in the movie. So I think it's going to be a little weird for, people to know that version of Beetlejuice.
Well,
and
I love the Beetlejuice cartoon. That was fantastic. They did something a little different in that cartoon where Lydia and Beetlejuice got together on weekly adventures. So in the movie they weren't close at all, and that, but in this they made them like best friends in the cartoon.
Well,
so it's
I'll
going to be
a
interesting going forth.
The 10th episode is the episode where they reveal about the Mars stuff and the sandworms and what that is in relation to hell. And
really.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Ronnie? What's up, actual Dracula?
I've heard a couple of people talk that might explain how he's back, because I've seen like one thing where it's like he finally waited his time, because he had that slip at the end of it that he was trying to trade with the shrunken head. That was one possible part to it, and then another part is where it's going to be right at the beginning of how he comes back, escaping. So I don't know.
I hope it's a good time. I never needed the sequel, and here we are.
Well, yeah, and but I absolutely love the cartoon. So if I'm interested to see where they go with it then. So definitely it should have been higher on my list. Beetlejuice 2 now that Mike told me that. But yeah, I'm excited. As you guys know, I like Jenna Ortega. Liked her in a certain show, liked her in the Scream franchise. Sadly, that's going away. So I'm super excited for this. You have the original cast coming back, and with the addition of Jenna Ortega, I think it's going to be good, especially with what Mike just said. So that's definitely on my list. Mike, what is another one on your list? What is up, Sugar Skulls?
Let's go with one that we're getting pretty soon, but Rebel Moon Part 2. I know that's one that people were divided about, but I really would like to see, where the story goes, the conclusion. I did enjoy the first movie. I'm not going to say it was way up there in my Zack Snyder. I had some complaints, but overall, for me, it felt like two parts of a movie. The first movie that we got. So I'm hoping the second movie just feels like that second half going forward. No, but I'm really looking forward to the movie.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the movie. It definitely didn't make my list at all, the part 2. But for a guy that has watched Sucker Punch, you do see the vibe of Sucker Punch in this movie. You like the direction of it in a little ways. I'm excited to see the cut, the director's cut, because I want to see more of that robot. Because that was probably one of my favorite parts of the movie. And I was just like, well, okay. All right, cool ass scene with this robot. Spoilers, guys, if you've not seen it, it's cool ass scene with this robot.
This whole story was
you don't get any of them until the very end, and he's just standing there, and you're like, "Give me more of them. Give me more." What about you, Cliff? You excited for Rebel Moon Part 2?
Not particularly.
All right. At least you're honest.
Sorry.
It's fine, but like let me assure you that as much as I love this stuff, and I have loved it for 40 straight years of my life, I too need a damn break. That's why I'm a big advocate for the break, because I don't know. I just think we need it. I just feel like if I time traveled, grabbed 8-year-old me, sat him in the theater to watch the Marvels, he would have lost his mind. Right? Just been like, this is freaking amazing.
I think, I've asked myself that, and I think on some stuff I would agree to, and then some stuff I'd be scared I might make my version go suicide. Like, he'd be like, no, fuck that, I'm done. I don't know. There's some things that progressed out that I've really enjoyed, and there's some things over time I'm just like, man, I still can't believe this is the version of this character that we got, and I'm specifically thinking about Luke Skywalker here, man. Like, you're talking about when I was a kid. If you would have told me after Return of the Jedi that was the Luke that we were gonna get, and I'm not speaking anything bad about anybody that loves those 3 movies, because I enjoy them, but it's not the Star Wars I thought we were going to get. You know what I'm saying? Not those. I loved 1, 2, and 3. I'm right there with Mark and some of the other people that defend those movies, but
I mean, the thing is, there's entertainment value in it, right? But
I think that's where I draw.
But at the same time, one of my Facebook memories came up about how excited I was seeing The Force Awakens, right? And I posted on Facebook, I'm like, this aged real poorly, didn't it? Because, and I actually like The Last Jedi, and I had everyone fighting me on it because I like a heel turn, right? And why should Why should Star Wars be all about and all focused on the Skywalker family? I don't really think that that's like a necessity, particularly. And if we were going to do that, then why wouldn't you have listened to George Lucas? Instead, you ignored all of his ideas and did whatever you wanted.
To me, they were part. It's like the it's like I can't go back to the first 3 movies that we got. New Hope, Empire, and Return. There's no parts of those movies that I don't like. But then we go to these movies, and like you said, they're enjoyable. But at the same time, there are parts of these movies that I don't like. Like you're talking about that whole Canto Bright scene. And don't get me wrong, I love Benicio, and I do like his character. But that whole scene in there, you don't need all that junk. It's like, why? Like to me, those 3 movies were just broken, and I think the reasons out there, them switching directors and one guy having one vision, another guy having another vision, we know how that goes. One person's like, "No, I know better," and no, I know better. I mean,
they should have really sat down with a hard game plan on day one, and that's absolutely not what they did, and that's where we are now. And they should, and since they owned everything, they purchased this massive catalog from freaking George Lucas. They could have borrowed a few ideas and then changed them and still left that stuff in extended universe. And instead, what happened? They had a disaster, and now they're going back and making those little adjustments.
Your movie, Cliff.
My movie. I want to pick something fun. Let's pick something fun. Nosferatu. I'm looking forward to that.
The remake of Nosferatu. Okay, William Dafoe. Yeah, I can say that's on my list. I'm looking forward.
Because I like Nosferatu is just, if you've ever seen the original one, that shit's genuinely scary.
Say it with me. Nos for Rot 2.
Yes.
Like rot. Nosferatu.
Yeah, whatever. Don't make fun of my speech impediment. So I was like, this is like when Beckerman attacked me for how I mispronounced something. I was like, do you know I have like a tongue thing? Like,
hey, at least you don't say. No, I'm not gonna say that.
Oh, what? Come on, say it.
No, the McFarley with Izzy, how's he say it?
What? He doesn't say McFarlane, does he?
He says folly. I forget how he pronounces it, but he's got a funny way of pronouncing it.
Oh my God! Now Adrian's after me. Nosferatu.
Right? We got an actual Dracula in the chat. You have to respect his name. That'd be like me calling you Cluff.
You realize I did a video series dedicated to killing him, right? Like, do you know that's out there?
Well, y'all were rivals, so that's but now that's
acceptable. You know what I really need? I need to start a fund. I need a fund to fly actual Dracula here, like at the end of summer, so we can film the sequel where I resurrect him.
Castlevania style.
Right, we have to defeat a greater evil.
You dress up as the Grim Reaper, and you do like the whole ceremony and thing for the Dracula to come back, and then as he's coming back, Castle Dracula rises with him.
Okay, I don't have a budget.
Damn it. Where's Chappie Chi when you need it?
I'm curious to know if Nosferatu is on anybody's list out there. I know Drac is probably excited.
Drac better have it on the list. I'll be so disappointed. And it's coming up Christmas Day. How great is that?
Yeah, Christmas Day.
That's a little weird to me. Like, why would
I'm excited to see William Dafoe in that movie, and there's somebody else that's in that movie too that I'm excited for.
Lily Rose Depp is in the movie.
Yes, but no, there's another dude that's in that movie, and no offense.
Aaron Taylor Johnson is in the movie.
Yes, Aaron Taylor Johnson,
and Willem Dafoe. I'm so excited. You have no idea.
I think Aaron Taylor Johnson's playing Renfield.
Yeah, the only thing that I seen Lily Rose Depp in was Yoga Hosers. What else has she been in? I know she's of course Johnny Depp's daughter.
I'm drawing a blank. She was in something else.
She was in something.
She was in Tusk as well.
Yeah, but she had
but outside of
that series Voyagers. She was on that series Voyagers with what's his face with Ty Sheridan.
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it though.
Go check it out. But you know
It's cool
what?
too.
I'm so biased because I got really into it because I'm really into Ty Sheridan. Like, but I think it's worth checking out for other people too. By the way, if someone is particularly hot, for male, my judgment will be skewed. You gotta be like, are you sure, Cliff?
We got that too with girls. We got that too with women.
I know, but I don't know. I've seen the heteros really.
It's quite all right to have faves.
Yeah. Well, no, I know, but like I mean,
and they don't need to have a mind. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Listen, I've watched enough Twilight.
The beauty.
I understand.
Well, hey, which I've heard they're talking about doing that on her, because she wrote that book. I forget what it's called, but it's Twilight 1, but it's written.
But it's his perspective.
Yeah, it's his perspective, and we're actually getting that movie. But they're going to do it in reboot form. If that movie does well, they're going to continue on and do the rest of the movies after that, which I thought was interesting.
I would really love to be the casting director for that.
You talk about one of the hardest books I've ever had to read in my life was Twilight. So bad.
Why did you read it?
I like vampires. I like vampires.
I read it because of a letter the school sent home for one of my nieces and nephews.
I read it before the movies were a thing. I was like, what? And then of course none of the other adults in my family were interested. I'm like, no, if the school sent a letter, someone should read it. It will be me. No, the hardest thing was she does not know how to write guy characters. Like all her guy characters come off like oddly weird, like they're NPCs in a video game.
I'm sorry. Do you think that she knew how to write her female lead? Because that was
she did better. She did better than some of Edward and I mean their dialogue.
That ruined her for life almost until people realized, oh wait, she can act.
Yeah, no, I gotta. Oh my god, when I discovered
it was the script.
I was so happy.
That's why when people hate on them for that movie, I think it's a really bad hate for them, because honestly, if they would know the source material, like their acting ability to pull what they did from the original source, no, that was top level acting people right there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's awful. There's a reason I only watch some movies on mute. Taylor Lautner, but. Comic Cap Collectibles in the house.
Hey, Rich.
What's up, Rich?
Rich.
All right, TM.
I am excited. I think this one is definitely on your list, Mike, but I'm excited for Sonic 3. It comes out December 20th.
Yes.
Sonic 3 was not on my radar.
Yes, Sonic 3.
That's why I like doing this, because there's stuff that's on your guys' list that I'll probably be like, oh, I didn't know. Like, of course, Nosferatu, I didn't know. But I'm excited for Sonic 3. Love the first two films.
And we already got pictures of Shadow.
Yeah, well, we had Shadow right at the end of Sonic 2. Being a fan of the games growing up, I thought what they did with Sonic was absolutely perfect. Like, of course, they did have that ugly Sonic at first, and then they revamped him. But I absolutely love
the best decisions ever. They listen.
Mm.
I will agree. That guy was atrocious.
Yeah.
But
you know what? He's hilarious.
Yeah, we've seen him again.
Hilarious in Chippendale.
Yeah,
so
he was.
Great.
Yeah, he works for the character.
Used in the right way.
Do we know who is voicing Shadow yet?
I think we had a name, but I don't know if it was guaranteed. I remember hearing something. I don't know if I heard anything set in stone. I don't even know if I because I don't know. It gets weird because I don't even know if we're gonna see Knuckles in the third movie. We haven't got all the character lists. I don't know, because that might come out later. But nah, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, because it's in almost a year until it comes out, because we're just in January now, and it comes out it comes out December 20th, so almost at the tail end of 2024. So Yeah, I'm curious too because like also
I do know that Jim Carrey signed on. I do know that Chris
I was just
Pine.
about to say that. I was just about
That's
to
Yeah,
a
be like,
big deal that he's doing this movie.
yeah, because he had
yeah,
supposedly retired and came back for this movie. I know Chris Pine was saying that this is like these three movies are going to be the legacy of his career type thing, and he's done a lot of big stuff. And um, Idris Elba even like talked so highly of being in the second movie and being a part of it.
I'm just so happy because like I remember I went with my friend Seth to go see the first Sonic, and it was so like we were so pleased. We're like, it's really good.
It's a great one. Both movies. I mean, they
And
did really good jobs.
the second one got very Sonic heavy and less and very and like I'm basically, oh, the humans, we don't need you as much in this movie. Like it subplotted them hard, but I was like, but the second one was just crazy, so good. And Jim Carrey is just nailing it.
Excellent. Perfect, Robotnik.
and what I feel like they like, I get what they were trying to do at the beginning before they changed Sonic. They were trying to make it more realistic, but they leaned more into like the animation feel. Like we're gonna make Jim Carrey look ridiculous. We're gonna make him look like the game and stuff with the big bushy mustache. And I think them leaning into that worked, and it worked perfectly.
That's what
in
we
that
want.
form. Yeah, I love his Robotnik. Me too. Me too. All right, Mike. Bring us into the next one. We're still on movies. We still got comics and TV shows.
I only got a couple more movies on my list, but I know this has only been said like a couple of times in the chat, which I'm surprised because we're only getting 2 of these movies this year. But Joker 2, I was a super fan of the first one. It was like a surprise hit for me. I am a Joker fan, but I couldn't imagine if you told me that they were just going to do an origin story based on, I couldn't imagine being it as good as it was. So I am excited for. I'm a little bit tense about it being featured as a musical. I think that and I'm not dissing on musicals. I actually love musicals, but it's just more trying to wrap my head around watching a movie that's about a comic book villain as me. Like I don't know, but it is very high on my list. I love Lady Gaga. I love I'm just excited to see where we're going.
Yeah, it made my list too. It comes out October 4th. And I'm gonna like I'm curious too because a lot of the scenes and stuff. I'm wondering if like it takes place in Lady Gaga's head, like the musical scenes. Also, I want to point out if I never watched American Horror Story Hotel, I would be like Lady Gaga. She can't act. Go watch that season. She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's
a
good.
fantastic actress.
That's where she got started. She started in TV and then moved up to singer. I forget the show she started out on. Not Degrassi, but something like that.
Oh my god, I didn't even know about her being in television.
Mm-hmm.
Neither did I. I knew her for being on American Horror Story, but she was already an established singer at that point. But
yeah,
I like her. She's one of my favorite singers. Like I like her as an artist. But I've liked her all the way through. Like she's not one of those people where I had to. No, I mean I have a favorite album from her. I can't say I got posters on the wall, but I might once I see her Harley. No, but I do enjoy Lady Gaga.
I did see set photos and like she looks really good. I'm interested to see this movie. That's why it definitely made my list. Did it make your list, Cliff?
It made my radar.
What did make your list?
Well, let's see. Do you want something fun or something outrageous?
Either or.
All right.
I only got like one more, I think, on my list. So
let's go with Madam Web. I'm like,
Ew.
I can't wait to watch this
Ew.
dumpster fire train wreck, and I'm gonna be there with a shit-eating grin and popcorn. I want it all. And you know what's really sad is like I love the cast. I like these people. I'm like, and this looks
I do too.
terrible. I'm like, it's so conflicting, you know?
I'm with everybody else where it looks like a 90s movies or like an early 2000. You know, it looks like it was made around Daredevil and Electro time, you know. I agree with you, but I do like all the actors. I do think it looks like a dumpster fire, but I'm on board with seeing it. It's not on my radar, but no, I mean, I'll watch it.
It's woo is all I can say.
Even from what we got, none of that got me like all hyped up or anything. Like, whoa, I gotta see this movie. Like, not a single bit.
I want to see it, but the opposite of what Cliff said. Like, I thought the trailer looked good. I'm not gonna lie. I dug it. And I'm excited to see it. Like, I got the vibes of Edge of Tomorrow at the very beginning of it. I was like, they're ripping Edge of Tomorrow off, but it's a very common trope in movies.
Yeah, Groundhog Day.
Yeah. But it was like her dying and coming back into. Yeah, I guess that's Groundhog Day too. Reliving the same day over and over again. This is reliving a moment, I guess. I'm excited. It didn't make my list though, sadly. Did not make my list, but I'm still excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, and also I think it comes out like on Valentine's Day or something. Like, you know, it's just
see,
like
they're trying to hurt us. You see what I'm saying?
no, exactly. Well, no, I'm just saying.
Well, maybe that's the intention. You know, I mean, what do you do during a bad movie with a date? Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah, I mean, well, I know what I would want to do, but unfortunately, you know, things have kept me from fulfilling that. Yeah, it comes out February 14th. It's a great movie. Let me be all up in that theater. You know, I will love it. I'll be screaming at Cindy, what's her name? Cindy Sweeney. I'll be like, Cindy Sweeney, what are you doing, girl? It'll be great. Isabella Merced, get out of the way. You're going to get killed. Emma Roberts, I love you. Keep moving.
All right. And here's a movie I think that's on everybody's list. Well, not everybody. There's people that didn't like Afterlife, but I am super excited for the next Ghostbusters movie coming out March 29th.
Ghostbusters on my list. I mean, who's not excited? Who didn't like Afterlife? Are there people out there that didn't like Afterlife?
They exist. They exist.
Get out of here.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I haven't found them. Let me find them. I'll you know.
Thank God the haters are outnumbered because for real, woof.
Yeah, I am excited.
We're getting it really soon. Like that's only another 2 months away. I'm excited. We've already seen a trailer for it. It looks really exciting to. Yeah, I'm probably going to be going to see this definitely in theaters.
Yeah, that's another one my whole household is excited for. I know my brother's looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's coming out at the tail end of March 29th.
We really liked Afterlife, and that new trailer helped. That new trailer looked phenomenal. You know, it looks like we're getting a new villain finally, and the first time in like 4 movies. Like, come on.
Yeah. Oh my God. You know, it's terrible when we retread crap, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm glad. The best thing.
I mean, there's got to be more Ghost than Zer, or whatever his name was.
Yeah, you'd think, right? Like it's like.
I mean, I watched the show. There was a whole bunch of
ghosts. There's lots of ghosts, but they don't matter.
Well, that's like, okay, did you know?
One big ghost.
Did you know in Ghostbusters Afterlife that the ghost, the friendly ghost that teams up with the kid, his name is like Muncher or something like that? Mm-hmm. Did you know he's actually the brother to Slimer? Like, what kind of convenience is that Slimer just happened to be like the kind of mascot, and then they just happen to conveniently, like these brand new kids happen to find the brother to Slimer? Like, what the? I didn't know that.
Hanging out here this whole time.
He just likes Ghostbusters, I guess.
So, Mike, was that the last one on your list?
No, actually, I forgot about that one. But it is up on my list. I am excited for it. It will be like a theater watch. No, the next one on my list is and you're gonna love this, Travis. But it is the Lords of the Rings animated movie that we're getting, the Wars of Rohan.
Sounds good.
Yep, I gotta believe.
Man.
Any Lords of the Rings, as far as animated live action, anything I'm excited for. And I think this one's actually done by like a anime team, a manga team. Like it's not a. I don't think that besides being released stateside, I don't think it'll be like as far as I saw. But no, I'm excited to get any more Lords of the Rings.
Yes. As you know, we're doing a Lord of the Rings rewatch for the council. We're on the Two Towers this week. Woo! And I insisted that we do extended editions.
I love the extended.
Because I'm
it's so much better.
Well, you know what? I don't feel like there was I don't feel like there's anything of tremendous value in Fellowship.
What? Okay, there's some things that y'all missed in that review. I was kind of mad at y'all, man, because you're talking about a movie that was multi-genres. It had suspense and horror and action.
I mean, know, and also, how can you, when you're trying to stick to a 1 hour format where you do the box?
Well, that's another part of my problem. Y'all trying to review a movie. You're like, y'all could have spent. We're not gonna go there.
We could have spent 3 hours.
Y'all did a great job.
If we really tried. I get you. You know, but like. That's not the format for the
I thought y'all were gonna deep dive into that sucker, and y'all picked the extended.
It's not. And I know we watched the extended only to not deep dive. However, I do feel for the Two Towers, I feel the extended scenes here add much value to the story.
Oh yeah, the gifts. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, the gifts is a big one for me.
Because I don't even think people question where the gifts come from in the movie, and they're just not explained.
I will tell you this: in the third film, I remember sitting with my buddy, and my buddy's like, "Why the hell were they able to hide as rocks? Like, when did their capes become magic? Like, where did this come from?" And I'm like, "Galadriel's gifts. They didn't cover it very well." And he's like,
they don't explain the rope. They don't explain.
Yeah, it's just like, Papa.
Okay, Travis, come back. That's enough of Lord of the Rings. I think I'm the only one excited for it. Come on.
No, I'm excited too. It's a different level of excitement.
Yeah, he looks like he's excited too. I'm not excited. To be fair, I haven't watched the movie since I was 12, so I was not a fan back then. So maybe I rewatched them, but I wasn't a huge fan of Lord of the Rings.
I love it.
I know I've already gotten a little bit of hate for mentioning that on Cliff's show. Few messages. So
yeah, the Mallrats gag. It's only funny for a little bit, especially when you're going up a franchise like Lords of the Rings. It's kind of hard to. It's kind of beloved. I would recommend giving it a rewatch. Maybe
Yeah, I think. I mean, if you were 12 at the time, I think you're overdue to give it the adult review. Some
of the themes might not have stuck. Some of the, it might, because there's a lot of depth hidden stuff that's in, and there's still, I still get people that are watching it and they're like, noticing this and that and the back. I mean, Tolkien was a master at what he was doing. He loved what he created. There was a lot of thought. He came up with the whole damn language, the elfin language. It's actually a speakable.
All those songs.
It's actually a speakable language. You're talking about. No, you're talking about one of the greatest writers. I'm not going to say he is one of the greatest writers of all time. He did something that a lot of people can't even imagine. He gave us, a modern day fairy tale, an in-depth modern day fairy tale.
Yeah.
Well, and there's so many people that have been trying to copy him for years after that.
I feel he wanted, what do you call it? He wanted to create lore for England, right? Like he wanted to have its own. Yeah, and I thought that was really cool.
Me too.
Although I do feel like England's lore is Camelot.
Pretty established. Yeah, they got King Arthur.
But then again, King Arthur is it's like a very 3-note story. Like, boom.
No, right? There's a lot to it. There's so many stories in the King Arthur legend.
I know. Well, no, there's not enough because they never get into all the Knights of the Round Table. They only get into 3 have any story whatsoever to them. you know, and like the rest are like, oh, they're supposed to be badasses, and then that's it.
Well,
That's it.
they also have like different versions, but I mean, some of the stories about King Arthur was only focused on the knights. That's where like we get the Green Knight story from,
Well,
which
yeah,
was
no,
a
the Green Knight
Tolkien story.
is one of them, and what's his name is
We
the
get
other.
Lancelot. We get
Well, Lancelot because
Parzival.
he's the traitor.
I mean, that's where that name comes from, Parzival. I mean, he's the one that finds the Holy Grail. Like
Nerd holes. I like that
Nerd.
name.
All right, so let's move along.
That's gonna be the
Yeah.
name of my. I'm gonna name that my OnlyFans.
I have a
So,
lot of
Cliff,
nerd holes.
the third nerd hole. What is your last movie on your list?
The last movie on my list.
Or do you have more than one left?
I have more than one left, but let's just get to it. I'm going with Alien Romulus.
Whoa.
I didn't know that was
when does
coming
this
out
come
in
out?
2024. Yeah, and I thought that was going to be a TV show.
No, because I don't know if it's I heard movie and I heard what's his face saw it and actually gave it his stamp of approval.
Ooh. Well, if they did, then that's definitely on my list. I didn't know we were getting that this year.
Yeah,
I know
I know
we were getting Aliens, and we're getting the like kind of the sequel to Prey. We're getting the it's set in the French Revolution. I don't know what it's called. I forgot.
Predator, well, whatever. I love that too. But yeah, August 16th, 2024, Alien Romulus, directed
Who's
by
directing?
Fede Alvarez.
Mm.
And written by Fede Alvarez and Roldo Sayaguas. Sayaguas.
Do we know what other films the director has done?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
You got a list?
All right, he's from Uruguay. He is known for
Like
Texas Chainsaw Massacre of 2022.
That was good.
Don't Breathe 2 in 2021. The Girl in the Spider's Web in 2018. Evil Dead in 2013. Don't Breathe 1 in 2016.
Okay, yeah, that was good.
He did one episode of From Dusk Till Dawn, the series.
I like that series. It was all right.
And he did the director's reshoots of the movie Chaos Walking, which I'm not familiar with.
I'll watch it.
Isn't Chaos Walking that one with Tom Holland and
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like G-Man in the chat. Like it's an alien film. I'll see it. I'm hoping we continue where we left off. From Covenant. And even if they don't, oh well. I like Xenos. I need some more Xenos in my life.
Yeah, I still have yet to watch Prey. Because I'm more of a Alien fan than a Predator fan. But I definitely still need to watch
I gotta tell you, you gotta watch Prey. You gotta watch Prey because Prey is a good movie.
Yeah, Prey was a good movie.
My mother, 80-year-old mother, watched Prey, okay, and she didn't hate it. That's impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, Prey was.
Yeah, I do like the actress too. She was the girl. I forget her name, but she was in Legion, that Fox show with Legion, the son of Professor Xavier.
Yeah, Charles Xavier.
I know the
end season kind of like it had some good seasons, but then it kind of fell off at the end. I was like, well, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Well, I mean, that's the point where you're dealing with somebody with so many personalities.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Sir Matt of Marlborough?
And Matt.
All right. Moving on to my last movie that I have on my list is If by John Krasinski, starring Ryan Reynolds. It comes out May 17th. I'm excited.
Yeah, this one didn't really make my list. I'm gonna watch it, but I don't know if I'm excited for it or whatever. And I do like what's his face, the guy, the writer, John
Krasinski.
And then it's, but to me, it just kind of looks like some things we already got. I don't know. I don't know. I'll watch it.
Sometimes it's just a vibe, man.
I don't know. Maybe that's why it hasn't spoken to me yet. Because I saw the trailer, and the trailer was okay. I wouldn't say it got me hyped or anything, but it looks like it could be good.
I'm excited because I know Ryan Reynolds can work with an imaginary friend.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't doubt Ryan Reynolds at all. Ryan Reynolds is, in my opinion, he's an A-lister actor. You know, he's all. I've enjoyed all his you know, subpar from Deadpool. I've enjoyed all his movies. It's
Deadly
just
shit.
not something I'm excited.
Well, do you have any more movies on your list, Mike or Cliff, or do you want
I
to
can
move on
name off.
to comics
I
or
can name off
TV
one
shows?
more. The
Okay,
and
go
I'm
ahead.
surprised it wasn't on yours, but the Infinity Crisis animated Part One movie we're supposed to be getting.
That totally slipped my mind, even though
That's why I
Paul
saved
just
it for
mentioned it on
last.
that week's
Do you
end.
mean Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was like,
Did I
please
say
don't give,
Infinite? Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Yeah.
don't give it
Crisis on Infinite. I'm
don't
sorry.
I knew
I
what he
sounded like
meant.
mixed up.
I wasn't
Travis knew what I'm
correcting
talking
enough.
about.
I was like, don't give it a Marvel name, please.
Yeah, because I want to say like Watchmen would have made my list too, but I don't know if we're getting that this year. I'm a little confused on
Yeah, I
when
don't
they're
think
slated.
we are yet. I feel like we'll
But I'm
get that. We'll get the Crisis and then Watchmen, but I'm not sure if it'll be this year or not.
but I'm excited for anything DC animated. I can say that. I'm even excited for the what is
I
it? The Suicide Squad like Sakai or or the Harley Quinn Sakai or I forget what it is.
I
I
think
was
it's yeah, I think it's this.
Suicide Squad? I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. Don't listen.
I was disappointed with Warworld.
I can agree that the last couple movies have been not the best. I think I forget what the name of this like little section of movies that the Tomorrowverse or whatever.
Yeah, the Tomorrowverse.
Um, but I mean, they haven't been bad watches. Like that War Worlds, it wasn't a bad watch. It just wasn't to me. It wasn't as good as some of the other DC animated we've gotten kind of thing.
Yeah, because we've gotten some pretty damn great animated
Yeah.
DC content over the years. So this,
You know-
like, I know a lot of people, like, there are certain ones that I liked in this,
Look that up.
and there's certain ones I didn't. And I know some people are just like, hey, we need the Tomorrowverse to be gone. We needed that portion of it to be dead and buried, and then move on to a different animated franchise. So we'll see.
It's just for me in this like arc of stories, it really hasn't been a cohesive like arc of story. Even though they keep hinting at something, they haven't really like gone forward with it. And I think that's a big problem with the like Tomorrowverse. That and I want to say that the animation style and some of the like some of it works, some of it doesn't, kind of thing.
Yeah, the animation style has been very, very hit and miss. It's just been not great.
I think animated, Watchmen would work. Why not? It's going to be rated R. And, it's already a graphic novel, so why wouldn't it work in anime?
I was gonna say I think they can make Watchmen work.
I think if anything, it should
I
work
think
a lot
it would
more.
work better in in an animated movie.
Because you could do a lot more with the animated thing. You could we'll get the actual squids, because they don't have to worry about a budget.
I feel like that was budget and plot.
It was that was his decision, and there's I love his explanation. I think it works for what he. I love the movie. Don't get me wrong. Don't.
It's actually the only movie of his that I enjoyed that I didn't have like a whole problem or adjustment. Actually,
Just
you know
calm
what's
down.
funny?
300. You didn't like 300.
I like
You didn't like 300.
I like 300 for all the wrong reasons.
Dawn of the Dead. You didn't like Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead, I like for all the right reasons.
All right, let's see. That's all I got. You didn't like Man of Steel. You didn't like Man.
Have you not heard me go on and on about the misrepresentation of John Kent?
Yeah, okay. But it was Kevin Costner, though. Okay, that's the forgiving grace.
So no, I don't.
Yes, because he got to
Kent.
dance with. Yes, because he went from you're talking about it was the greatest evolution of an actor ever. He went from Dances with Wolves to Dances with Tornadoes. What?
I hate that scene with such a passion. I just it's so wrong.
I heard like the director's cut of Batman v Superman is better too.
It's excellent.
Yeah, it is.
Excellent. And you
Oh,
know
I love-
what? No
It
one
makes
ever
it.
told me.
Yeah, it makes it so much a better movie because I could tell you the first time I saw it, I wasn't such a big fan because they make Batman out to be such a villain in the like the regular cut, and there's no explanation that whole part where like Lex Luthor's setting up the his whole trap for Superman. None of that's in the original movie, and I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, Zack Snyder just went straight Batman's like gutting people up and getting.
Right, and no criticism of it. Where there is
No.
criticism of it in the director's cut.
Yeah.
And Lois has zero plot. She has not zero, but a pointless plot. See,
Yeah, she has minimal.
She's got a horrible plot in the regular version, and her plot is fleshed and excellent in the extended cut. And makes sense and adds to the story. I mean, like, my God, we should have. I would have been 1,000 times happier with his 3.5-hour freaking BVS in the theater.
Yeah, Travis, if you have not seen that cut of the movie, I highly suggest because it is.
I
it's
still
totally.
yet to watch it.
I can't believe you haven't. What kind of DC fan are you?
Right. I've seen the Snyder cut, which is really a lot longer than the BVS director's cut.
Oh, not by much. They're both very lengthy. They're both a project. Really? I think BVS.
I think that's going to be my project more than
3.5.
going to watch Lord of the Rings. I think it's going to be like
Lord of the Rings is the better option.
No. Lord of the Rings is definitely far better. You need to give that a try.
That should be top notch on your list right now, buddy. I love Kevin Smith, but give Mallrats give Lord of the Rings Mallrats.
It's so long though.
That's the
point.
point.
She said.
Good at the G-Man. I'm going to be over on his show on the 20th. So definitely come over and check that out. Have a good time with us. All right. Do you have one more on your list there, Cliffy White?
No, the only what do you call it? The only runner up I have was Kraven the Hunter because I got to check out Aaron Taylor Johnson
for all the right reasons.
Him for all the right reasons. The movie not so much.
All right. Yeah, we touched a little bit about Kraven earlier. I'm excited for it. Like I said, they can change the name of it and it could be a totally different movie. I'd still go watch it.
I am one of the few that actually liked Morbius. I've actually watched it multiple times. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. It's not my version of the character I wanted. I have a feeling that this Kraven is going to be just like that. It's going to be a fun, enjoyable, kind of thing. And for, some, it might be a moist, luscious, type of movie, Yeah, I said that on purpose. All right, so let's move along.
All right, guys. So we're done with the movie sections and that. What do you guys want to move to now? Comics or TV shows?
I'm gonna say comics because I have the least. That's the smallest list I got.
All right. Let's go with comics and that. I do have TV shows that Norrin, Rad, and Phil are excited for that I have starred that I will bring up once we get to the TV section. But you know what? We're going to start off with Cliff because Cliff has a huge lift. Cliff has a huge lift, guys.
He does.
Go check him out. The link is down below, guys.
Give us like 2 or 3.
You want me to come in strong with a few of them?
Yeah.
I do have 5 on my list too. So I still have a list of 5 that I'm excited for. But if you want to name off 2, I'll be right back.
Bye.
I can still hear you though.
I was just about to say he's not even listening to you. So I mean, no.
So Nicole Maines, who played Dreamer on the TV series Supergirl, everything Dreamer has appeared in the comics, she has co-written, and now she's going to be writing the new Task Force X because Dreamer is going to be a big part of that, and she's writing that title. So I am very, very interested, very intrigued about that. And so that one comes in first, not top of my list, but it's the first thing that I'm super intrigued by coming into the new year. For something fun coming into the new year, I'm looking forward to Marvel's Blood Hunt, where it's like, you know, Miles Morales, Doctor Strange, Thor, Scarlet Witch, you know, Black Panther versus a bunch of vampires. Like, you know, I didn't see that coming, but it's happening, and it's in continuity, so that's interesting as well for me. You know, and it looks fun, and I want a fun freaking story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For you Batman fans, Joker Year One is coming.
That's top on my list.
Look at you, top on your list. It's at the very, very bottom of my list because, as you know, I am so sick of Batman and Joker. I can tolerate them once a year, and so this year I'm going to give that toleration to Joker Year One.
It didn't even make my list.
Did you know?
Damn you!
I did know about it. Yeah, I did know about it. Also, but I didn't know about the Dreamer because I did like Dreamer from the Stargirl series. I did like that actress who played Dreamer.
No, there was no Dreamer on the Stargirl series.
Or Supergirl, sorry.
Supergirl. All I gotta say,
Yeah,
I'm like, what happened?
Supergirl.
Yes, no, I really like her character, and she contributed to the writing of the character. And you know, two of my favorite episodes of Supergirl, when Supergirl got really ridiculous, two of my favorite episodes are still Dreamer episodes, and she co-wrote them.
Yeah. Yeah,
That I didn't know.
I don't know if this is the one you were talking about, but it's Suicide Squad Dream Team, and I know this is on your list, Travis. But
Yeah,
that's
that
the
is
one
actually on my list.
Yeah, because Dreamer is part of the team. It's Bizarro, Amanda Waller, Clock King, Harley Quinn, and Dreamer is that team.
I think that's like the real, like, because there's two Suicide Squad books coming out this year, and only one. Like, I'm probably going to be reading the other one, but Dream Team made my list and is actually on my list here.
Dream Team
it comes
is on
out.
my list.
Yeah, it comes out March 13th.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons it made my list. One, we're getting the most covers are done by Riccardo Federici. He's going to be doing all the A covers, I think. And you're going to get a lot of Sweeney Boo covers. Thank God. Like, oh my God. You know,
No, I'm not excited for that.
like
Sweeney Boo's all right. Like, some of her art is all right, but
it's just because Harley's in the book, and she, for some reason, they have her attached to Harley right now. I'm not getting it, but okay, sure. More Sweeney Boo. No, but the big reason is Amanda Waller. I mean, everything Waller's in right now should be like a attention for focus, you know. And she's kind of the big bad.
I will bring up the other Suicide Squad book that didn't make my list, but it's Attack on Arkham Asylum. It's loosely based on the video game that's coming out, or already came out, Suicide Squad versus the Justice League. I think it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's what it's called. So it's based off of that. It's a continuation or like a prequel. I'm not sure, but I'm still probably going to read it. But I'm more excited for the Dream Team.
G-Man likes Scarlet Witch. Can you zoom in on me for a second?
Yep.
Check these out, G-Man.
Wow. I like that one. Virgin.
And this
awesome.
Strange Academy one.
Nice. She got the yoga pants on. I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I was gonna say my Whatnot streams at 11 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
So since Suicide Squad Dream Team has been on, I'll skip that. Another one that's coming out fairly soon that I'm super excited for is John Constantine Hellblazer, Dead in America.
Yeah, that didn't make my list.
I'm super excited for that. Like, it's so Dream needs John Constantine's help, and of course along the way we get a little bit of Swamp Thing coming in. It's issue 2, so I'm excited for it. It's not for everybody, but yeah, I'm excited for John Constantine's Hellblazer, Dead in America. What is up, Fred Bird?
Oh, what's up, Purple? Yeah, it's written by Simon Spurrier. I think that's one of the
Yeah, Cy Spurrier. Yeah,
He
he's definitely good at handling the darker types.
right. I was gonna say I've seen
he's a
him.
great horror.
I think he needs to stick in this genre. I think this is where he excels.
I've been loving
Um,
Damn Them All, and the stuff he was writing pre-Flash. I've been enjoying Flash too, but I can see why some. He's very wordy.
dude, not only is he wordy, but like it's really
He has.
funny.
Okay,
It,
another thing is he has a hard way of like the cohesive story. Like he likes to jump around a bunch on top of being wordy. Like, and he does that in almost all his comics. His Damn That All is like that. Even though you're following a consecutive character, he still likes to move around with other like
and the thing
things.
is, it works great that way. It doesn't suit the Flash. It's just not. You know what I mean? But again, if you're very much of a fan of a writer and their writing style, it's going to be a very different experience than when
Oh
you
yeah.
look forward. Like I look forward to the Flash because I enjoy the Flash, and he's a good writer, and I had high hopes, and then it just turned into okay, well, I'm not reading this. Like I'm like, it's not working for me. It's not giving me.
The first issue was a hard issue to get through. I think for me it was the second issue that
And
hit, and
the second issue was the one that turned me away. The first issue I was very forgiving because
really,
I felt because he's new to the title, right? And we're starting with a number one that he really wanted to set everything
his
in place,
Flash.
right, to get his Flash going. So I actually was like, okay, this is a good number one. We've established who everybody is, we know what they're all up to, and now we're going to focus on Wally, and great. And then the next issue, I was like, oh God, this is how we're going to do this? And I'm like, I don't know. And then issue 3, I'm like, oh, this is not for me.
I'm not currently reading The Flash. I don't have anything to input on that.
That's
but
okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
I'm excited for John Constantine. I'm a huge Sandman fan, so having Dream coming into the fold as well is an extra little umph to make me want to read it more. So
Hey, the fact that Neil Gaiman probably gave his stamp of approval for them to use Dream is a good sign.
yeah, I'm hoping so because I'm excited to read it. Mike, what is on your list?
So, well, my biggest one already got said. That was Joker Year One. I am excited for that, but Joker is one of my favorite characters. Even though Batman is one of my favorite characters, Joker is a little bit higher. I like the evil. So getting to do like, especially since last year, one of my favorite reads from 2023 was Gotham City Year One. So I'm hoping they continue in that fashion, and it's just as good as that read was. Um, but since we already said that, I'm gonna go with Batman slash Dylan Dog issue number one.
Ooh,
And
Dylan.
I don't know, it just sounds intriguing what the story's about. But I pick up most. I mean, that's what stays on my list is Batman, Joker, that kind of stuff. I mean, the three things that I have in my pool right now are Joker. I mean, I have other stuff, but Joker, Batman, Harley, that they stay.
All right, what's up, brother Joe?
Brother
Hey,
Joe.
Brother Joe. Sugar Skulls was here earlier.
All right, Cliff. What is another one that's on your list?
What is another one on my list? Ultimate Spider-Man, which is coming out very soon. I'm very excited about Ultimate Spider-Man.
Wah, wah, wah.
Listen, I don't know why you're womp womp womping. It's like, in the 1616 Marvel Universe that's been created by the maker, right? He stopped the incident where Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man. And Peter goes on to marry Mary Jane, have 2 children, and now with this world's Reed Richards and and Iron Lad and Tony Stark Iron Lad, oh my God. But like they're trying to set things in proper motion based on what they know. So they go and make freaking Peter Parker to Spider-Man. So you've got a grown-ass family man Peter Parker who gets the bite and then gets the powers, and it's like, so the whole family has to kind of be in on Dad's gonna be Spider-Man, and like, what does that even mean? Plus a whole new Green Goblin that we know nothing about. It'll be very interesting to see what alternate universe Green Goblin is going to manifest as. Like, who will it be? I like a good. Listen, I'm kind of trusting Hickman on this one. Hickman has given me hits, he's given me misses, but I feel like there's been enough momentum here and attention to detail that I think it's going to be a hit. And for people who miss Peter MJ couple family man, like, I feel like, all right, well, this is that Peter in a whole new format. Let's give him a shot. I am looking forward to it. It actually sounds exciting.
If we get, because it would be nice to get a, Spider-Man actually gets a happy day Spider-Man. If we can get that and that's this version, I'm on board with it. But my problem is Disney, not I shouldn't say, but it is Disney Marvel. But it seems like with them, they're stuck on this, Spider-Man doesn't get a good day. Spider-Man just gets nothing but bad days.
There is something wrong behind the scenes with Spider-Man that I do not understand.
Oh,
right?
I do, and Mark has good.
What's that?
I said Mark has good, legitimate reasons on why, that we're having this problem with Spider-Man currently, because it hasn't always been like this. I mean, I read Spider-Man.
And by the way, I talked to Zeb Wells last year, and like, he seems very excited to do stuff with Spider-Man, and then the stuff we get did not reflect the conversation I had with him. Right?
Well, look, I'll tell you the basic concept. What was taught to me through shout out to Legion of Comics, but to me it makes perfect sense. But why when you have a shared license with Sony and Marvel, why would Marvel go to extensive lengths to make this character look good so they can turn around and make they can turn around and make movies, off the stuff that they're doing in the comics. And this kind of makes sense because if you look at anything that Marvel doesn't officially have the license to, then like I give you examples, like that they have shared license with Universal, Paramount. We're talking about Hulk, a Fantastic Four, and they were smart, just business decisions back then, but due to them not having that full license, and I'm on full belief that they're just going to keep tanking those characters because they don't want people all hyped up going off the comics and getting all like, and then they drop a Spider-Man game or a Spider-Man movie and people just flock to that. I have the feeling, I mean, look at the example. Marvel gets the rights, the licensing rights back from Hulk, from Paramount, and then all of a sudden we get a outstanding Hulk series.
Yeah, that's right. Hulk is really on fire.
Coincidence.
Well, I don't. Well,
maybe they took the restrictions off, or and it boggles my mind because these are their top selling.
Well, at the same time, he was just like, well, do you think like a writer would be like, okay, I'm just going to make this sound crappy because Marvel told me?
No, I don't think, like he was saying, Zeb Wells had no intention of going in there and making that his run to be a bad run. He had all the intention to go there and tell his Spider-Man story, but he went there and sat down and got to work, and they were like, look, you can't do this. You need to do this. You can't do that. You need to do this. And I know exactly that's what happened.
And no,
you could tell.
Exactly. I can tell. It's really clear. And because if you look at his other writing, what was it? Spider-Man Beyond, right?
Yeah.
If you look at that, it's very clear cut, action oriented storytelling. And like, what is happening here? Like only the recent issues have really fired up. And even as they've really fired up, Spidey is not doing much of anything. It's the supporting cast doing all the heavy lifting.
I mean, that's why I have to agree that, because I used to be at the same thing. Why tank the top selling comic? Why give readers these so-so comics or storylines or what have you? So
twice a month, mind you.
Yeah, and at one point, 4 times a month, because during the Beyond thing, we were getting it weekly. So I mean, like, why tank that? And if you put that theory in your mind that there is a reason why they
Well,
don't want it to be fire, they don't want it. It does make
no, but when
sense.
what's his name was in charge, what was his name? Perlmutter, right? When he was in charge, he flat out psycho. It was like no FF, no X-Men, and he killed Wolverine for 5 years.
It did.
5 years, Logan, Wolverine. There was Old Man Logan. There was X-23 as Wolverine. There was Dark Wolverine Dakin. It was anything but James Howlett. Everyone else was running around. Ike Perlmutter, thank you, Beckerman. Everyone else running around being a Wolverine, but you couldn't have the Wolverine and you couldn't have the Fantastic Four. I mean, look how long they brought back Marvel. What was it? Marvel 2-in-1? Featuring the Thing and Human Torch, pairing up with different characters in the Marvel universe
for like
to
6
try
years.
and find the rest of the FF. And then when the Fox thing happened, oh look, the FF are back and better than ever. So like, I know, I agree with you. It's just I don't know, man. It sucks. In the meantime, some people wonder why Spider-Boy is taking off. I was like, what?
Okay. So I wanted to say this because there might be some like, okay, maybe this is the straight of what I said, but just like in Loki, maybe there's branches. Okay, so because Miles has been phenomenal. I have been reading all the Spider-Boy stuff, and all the Spider-Boy stuff has been good.
Yeah.
The Kid Venom stuff that we had, it was good.
Yeah.
The Venomverse, the death of the Venomverse, that was actually okay. It's everything that's away from Spider-Man himself.
Right, Peter
So,
Parker. Everything
yes,
that's not Peter
so
Parker.
I want to assume, because this is the ultimate version of Spider-Man, and they are setting this up, that this is a different version of Spider-Man. There could be a guarantee, and I do like Hickman as a writer. So I want to assume that this is going to be a quality. But there's also things like, if you don't know about Hickman, that might throw you off, because Hickman likes to, all his stories are small bits and pieces of the story, and you have to take the run to finally understand, the complete. He likes that slow build up and giving you just in bits and pieces of where he's going.
But that can work. That can work.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I love Hickman.
Yeah. No, I like Hickman, but like I said, there's been hits, there've been misses. But I feel like here could work, because I think he knows how to deliver the little moments that add up and give us some action too.
It's like I'm reading Gods right now, and Gods has been good.
Gods has been good, and that first issue was tremendous setup.
It was good. And I have heard the rumor about Jim Lee going back to Marvel, and specifically X-Men. Have you heard that? Yeah, that's I think it was like yesterday or the day before.
He has made so much wheeling and dealing with DC. What on earth could get him over at Marvel? On the other hand, look at Jeff Johns.
I thought he was like the acting president right now. I thought he was, or is that Jeff right now?
He's got a title at DC. That's why I'm also shocked with the Jeff Johns things. I was like, don't you still have a major title at DC? Like, don't you still have an obligation there? But I'm sure,
because as far as Beckerman's right, as far as I heard, like it's not just like something that they were talking about. I think it's actually already been on the table, like, and I think it might be a possibility, but it could be something where he stays with DC and he's just helping with the X-Men or something.
Now here's the thing. Remember Heroes Reborn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jim Lee got a fuck ton of money, and so did Rob Liefeld for that, right? And Liefeld didn't even finish his commitment, if I remember the story correctly. And I have a lot of those issues, and it looks like he didn't finish the commitment. And Jim Lee used Wildstorm Studio to step in and wrap everything up.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if this is that kind of deal where it's not just Jim Lee on art, but he's also getting a paycheck for Wildstorm Studio for them to do a bunch of stuff, because that'll be really interesting.
Could be.
So
Who's
I'm
else?
looking forward to it.
There's Travis.
I mean, if I'm getting some Jim Lee X-Men, I am looking forward to it.
I'm just making a coffee.
You're making a coffee.
Yeah, somebody reminded me that I should go get one, so I
That's
saw
fine.
that, but I thought that was what do you call it? I thought that was a dig at me for just
love it.
drinking soda.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not really a co-host. I'm really a. I guess I'm a co-host.
You're
of
the
my own show.
No, you're the host. I'm the
You
co-host.
son of a you sexy son of a.
Just
All right, so
before
who
I
is
go
next?
grab that coffee that just finished, I do have a Marvel title that I'm actually excited for.
I'm
I
out.
know, right? I'm
No, I'm playing.
crazy, right? Like
What you got?
I fell in love with Incredible Hulk. I'm reading Incredible Hulk still, but this is more for the character and who's writing it, because it's going to be written by Mark Bernardin, who I'm a fan of. Bernardin, he does Fat Man Beyond with Kevin Smith. He used to be what is it, a journalist, and then has wrote for Marvel since. Like he has done the Peter Parker one, where like Peter Parker does not, like, what if like Peter Parker didn't get bitten by a radioactive spider and he's just the Shutterbug. I forget what the title was called. Came out like 2020, maybe
Original
2021.
Sin, right? It was the first appearance of Silk, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, this was just like a one-off series.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about during
Yeah,
the
it's the
Heroes.
Shutterbug one.
Yeah, the Heroes Reborn, and that was just it. It was that one shot where that was his nickname was Shutterbug.
Yeah. The comic that I'm excited for is Star Wars Mace Windu. It's going to be written by Mark Bernardin. I'm excited for it. There hasn't been a Mace Windu comic in a while, and the cover
it's been a while.
is of course of Samuel L. Jackson as Mace Windu. So I'm all for that. I thought Mark would be too, but he's more into the Ghost Machine stuff. So I'm like, okay.
I haven't. I mean, I'm a huge Star Wars fan, but the comics for me, they haven't been there, and it's kind of like I'm waiting to see where they're going with the high adventure stuff. But no, I do. I mean, Yoda was a good series. I mean, they've had some good drops throughout. I didn't read the Dark Droid, so I can't comment on that. But I mean, I love Sam Jack, and I do like Mace Windu. I thought he was one of the cooler Jedi that we got. He's the only, purple lightsaber.
Yeah, purple lightsaber for real.
And purple looks good on comic covers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's mostly because like I don't think I'd be excited for it if it was just like, okay, Star Wars Mace Windu series written by somebody I don't know. But since it's written by Mark Bernardin, I'm more entitled to like go grab it. I'm more excited to grab it, start reading it, and see where it goes. Because like I trust in Mark Bernardin, as you guys should too.
Interesting.
All right,
who's up now, Mike?
Yeah, no, I think I can, or maybe is it me on? The next two on my list.
Or we can go with Cliff if you want. What's up, Scotty?
One of mine, I can go next. I mean, some of mine are ongoing now. They just haven't finished. Like we got the first issue of Crave in the beginning, at the end of 2023, but we're about to get the second issue, coming up. I'm excited for that. But ongoing Batman, Batman as far as an ongoing title, I love where we are right now and where we're going. I'm a big fan of the Zur-En-Arrh, the whole Batman within a Batman psyche thing. I love that. But most of what's on my list is all the stuff that's already on my list. Like I'm excited for Harley. Harley has been a good read, even though I'm not such a big fan of the art choice. I mean, it still fits Harley's personality, so that's why I think I can like not just throw up while reading it, but no, but Harley has been like an excellent read all the way through. But I mean, there's been I'm also, because we don't know where we're going after the Golden Age stuff, as far as I know, because almost all these are about to finish. We're only getting 6 issues from the Wesley Dodds Sandman, the Alan Scott the Green Lantern, and the Jay Garrick the Flash. I have loved all 3 of those. Like they're still in my pool. I'm still picking them up. personal, my favorite is the Sandman, but I've enjoyed all three of them. But I would like to see where they're going after that. I hope they continue in this fashion, either with these characters or other JSA characters that I'm not so familiar with, like maybe a no, I'm not even gonna throw up names because I don't know 'em, but maybe Doctor Midnight or you know uh,
Dr. Midnight, yes.
or an Hour Man, a traditional Hour Man, may give us some stories during their eras, for new readers, that maybe have watched Stargirl and got introduced to them, or something like that. I love when companies do that, But I am
Yeah,
looking
that
forward
would
to
be
it.
really cool. Like, cause you could definitely like freaking Wildcat.
Yeah, that I was gonna say Hellcat, but I knew that wasn't right. But give us some of the other, like in the same fashion, even if they're 6-issue miniseries, and that they don't have to have the greatest writers or whatever, because on these three, honestly, they had phenomenal art and great stories. So it was just like a powered punch to the face. Um, I just hope we get to say. I mean, because we are. It's all like Jeff Johns, like his whole, like I guess what he thought of when he was doing the JSA and the Stargirl and the.
Yeah, because he like Cliff mentioned earlier too. Like Jeff Johns still has ongoing titles still. Justice Society of America over at DC right now.
Yeah.
And what he's building with that is all right. And he's already built some for like some characters that have crossed over to other titles like Jake Eric's The Flash. We got Boom over there. So I don't know. I don't think Jeff Johns will ever step fully away from DC, to be honest with you.
He's got a movie coming out, I think. I don't know if you saw that, but he actually I think he's like he might be like sidestepping, which is kind of nice. But I think I saw recently that he was either doing his own movie and it wasn't comic book related. Not that I know.
Interesting.
But don't quote. This might be like through the grapevine, I don't have no.
All right, Cliffy White. What is
Huh.
on your list?
Well, so Action Comics they wrapped up the Philip Kennedy Johnson story with the Action Comics annual, mind you, and his run on Action has been excellent. So DC is calling this era for Action Comics Superman Superstars, right? And so we're starting off with 3 issues called I Bizarro, which is written by Jason Aaron, right? And then after that, Joshua Williamson, who is currently the writer on Superman, is going to step in and do 3 issues of Action Comics featuring the Superman family and Lobo battling Brainiac. There isn't a name for that saga yet. And that's the first half of the year. So that's the first 6 issues we're getting of Action Comics.
And that's actually like part of the buildup that we got all the way back at the beginning of Dawn of the DC, because Brainiac was in the back of that. We're finally getting to the
meat of it. I love it.
Yeah.
And Brainiac's always like hiding in there, which I kind of enjoy. So yes, that's just the first half, and I'm already excited. I love
Jason there.
So I'm sure there's 2 more creative teams on board to do the second half of Action Comics this year.
You're gonna hate me right now because, like, sadly, I did like Philip Kennedy Johnson's run, but I told Retro Rocket Comics, my LCS, after the annual, I wanted to drop Action Comics altogether.
Which is a lot of people have. Most people like a Bizarro story. I'm going to try it.
I did as well, but the only reason why is because I would be reading it digitally. Like it was one of the ones I just cut physically. But Superman, I kept. Superman, I've enjoyed. For me, with Action, it's just that and this has been a thing. It's not new, but it's the whole segmented stories, that you're getting. And usually for me, it's been like I want to say the first 2 stories have been good, and like the third's been like, just a fun story or something. I don't know.
No, Superman is my mainstay. Superman is I don't drop them. And I realized that I got the whole Jason Aaron thing, but it's only 3 issues, so I'm like, let me try it.
And we still got the Superman Superman series too, but that's ending at 12 issues. So I dropped Action Comics.
I read that too.
Superman Lost is ending.
I need to read Superman Lost. I hear nothing
That's
but
been
great
good.
things about that.
Yeah, no, Christopher Priest has been knocking out of the park, and that one's been excellent.
Yeah, that one's been really good, especially coming from his run of Vampirella. It was like way better than his run of Vampirella was good too.
You know what I'm hoping for? Just because I just recently like caught up on the series, read it all, made my number one read of 2023, and that is Superboy. Like I'm hoping we get more Superboy in 2024 because that was like they set something up. They set something up, and they can continue with that. Bring on Kenny Porter back onto the series. Give us another 6-issue mini if you want, but just bring us.
If they continue where they left off, I'm on board. If we get like another segmented, just like we got this time, then no, I don't want. I don't want this. Like I need some focus on the boy. I love Superboy. I don't know why he's even in the background like he is.
He's in Speed Force.
Yeah, I don't. And
because we got
about something I dropped. Speed Force, I dropped. Like that was the first.
Even for me, we have too many supers running around. Why? Philip Kennedy Johnson was like, "Oh, let's have Superman find 2 Kryptonian kids. Won't that be fun?" I'm like, "No, we've got
like we needed 2 more." Yeah,
like,
I thought that was
Supergirl fighting for their own space, and we got Superboy and Superman Jr. Why would you do this to me?
But not only that, they brought another robot too. They brought they brought their own robot.
That's why I'm liking where they brought, like, he wasn't on Earth. You were there on Earth with Superboy. You didn't have all of these other super family members showing up. Of course, you did at the beginning and the end, but like in between, it was just Superboy. It was just him. He had to deal with it on his own, and that's what I hope for in the future, because he's still wearing that bracelet. Bracelet.
That was what was great about the John Kent series battling Ultraman. He was alone. You know?
Yeah, I enjoyed that series too.
Yeah, I mean, he had a little help in the beginning, but he had to wrap that shit up all by himself.
Everyone is a super.
Well,
sometimes. I can't believe Billy Powdermax didn't like that Punisher run. That was one. I mean, he said he liked the Daredevil run, but not the Punisher. I love both of them hand in hand. I thought they worked good together. What I've heard is that people aren't loving the Batman Off-World, and Jason Aaron's doing that.
I read, I forget what book it was like a backup story in like pretty much all of the DC books for like that same week. I read the backup story and I was like, it didn't interest me, so I didn't bother reading it. So
yeah, the No Conan book has been fire all the way through.
Do we leave off with you, Cliff?
Right. I went with Action Comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know Missing Link is in the chat. I know he's a fan of this guy. I'm picking this up because I think it's a hilarious title. Like, I'm not like a huge fan of the character. He's an alright character. I'm not really that much into the Green Lanterns. I need to get more involved with them. I still haven't. I've been saying that for like the last 3 years. But I am excited for this title. It's a one shot. It's coming out on Valentine's Day, and it's DC's How to Lose a Guy Gardner in 10 Days.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I like that. I saw a clip for that.
I saw that. I'll probably read it in trade or digital, but it's not something I'm excited for.
It is a $10 book, but I'm not sure how.
Yeah.
It's probably 48 pages, and it is a one shot. So I don't know. It's How to Lose a Guy Gardner in 10 days. That works. Like I'm excited for that one.
We only got like 2 more months, and if you notice, like some of the books are already going up. Like Boom's already moving up to $4.99.
We'll definitely check that out. Yeah, like I'm at the same time, because like for me in Canada here, those in Canada that are watching, no, it's probably like $12-13 Canadian. So it's like a little bit extra.
Sorry, Travis.
For us. I know it's all right. Damn. Money should just be
in that barren
the
land
same years around. Like, yeah, $10 each.
Oh.
I'm excited for it. I'm definitely going to read it. I think it'll be a lot of fun. And I don't remember the last time. I guess they've had like Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy type of Valentine's books, but never something like this. And I'm actually excited for it.
They got another one that's set like that. I know what you're talking about. That same style, like where there those one shots or whatever. It's the April special, and it's with the DC like monkeys. It looks
Oh
like
yes, yes.
it
I'm
looks like a
I'm
bunch
gonna
of,
read that too. That looks good. I like some chimps.
but it's also the same style. I mean, this one's only like $6.99, but it's it's one of those like
I
one
think
shot.
it's a little smaller though.
Yeah, I think it's only 48 pages. It's not like a thick boy.
Oh, I'm not even sure how big that uh, Guy Gardner
Should
book would be. If it's
it
48
should be
pages, then that would suck.
it should be a like it should have a what do you call it? It should be square bound,
1, 2, 3.
especially for $9. It better be. Like all the
Yeah,
DC
right.
Prides, all those were square bound.
Yeah, we're getting some of those too. I can't find it right now. But moving on from that, I'm excited for that. I guess Missing Link said that he's excited to read it, but online. So, which is totally understandable. Like some of these books are just way too expensive for the average reader to go out and purchase, and just to have in their collection. But I think it's definitely going to be a good one. Strange Love Adventures, probably another square bound like Strange Love Adventures.
Interesting.
What
Oh, that's right. I
talking?
vaguely recall that.
I don't remember.
But yeah, I didn't know about what looks like People the Super Monkey showing up, so that's exciting.
Yeah, the April, and it's I don't know why April's got like I guess the ape and then ape roll special.
There you go.
Um,
Yeah, I did see that. I'm definitely gonna read that. Love Me Some Monkeys.
Who's next? Is it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is probably the last one on my list, but all the the Ghost Machine stuff, getting more Geiger, because I think we're getting more Geiger this year. We're getting like I think 4 different Ghost Machine books. Technically, well, I mean, by the end of the year, I think we should have like 4 different starts or branches. I think. Don't quote me on that. Or it's probably a little more. No, but
I did see Ghost Machine. Yeah, Ghost Machine's coming out, and then we'll have another Geiger. I did see Geiger Club #1 is coming out in I think March, maybe. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I know a lot of people are excited for Ghost Machine.
Huh? What'd you say, Cliff?
Who wants to go first?
No, we both asked the same thing.
Yeah, no, Ghost Machine's on my list too.
I still need to catch up on Geiger.
I did mention Blood Hunt Sea Visible. It was like the first thing I talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's excited for Blood Hunt.
Yes, I mean, we need a fun book.
Yeah,
and hopefully it's a fun event. Stevens will mention Fall of the House of X, Rise of the Powers of X. So I am excited by that. This last issue that just came out, I did not like the pacing at all. Right? I feel like it's just gonna like high speed. I don't like the idea of it just high speeding us right back to the X-Men are in the mansion, right? Like I that is the one thing I'm really down about. If I were in charge and I wanted things to be familiar for readers returning or readers who are new, who are watching X-Men 97, I would simply keep Krakoa in, and not like I'm very much afraid they're gonna straight up ignore it, right? I would just keep Krakoa in the background. There are mutants there, but like all these inactive places, like the Hellfire Club, Xavier's School, I would just reactivate them. I'll be like, okay, we need to be, the X-Men agreed, like, oh, we need to be more like engaged with the community, with the world. Like the island was kind of a good idea, but that
Yeah.
look at how it made us vulnerable too. So like reactivate all the locations that we are familiar with. That would be great for returning readers and new readers. But I know that's not what they're going to do. I know they're just going to put everyone back in the freaking mansion and almost go right back to square one, and be like, all right, here we are.
Yeah, the MacGuffin.
And I don't like that. I hope they don't. But again, this issue just came out. The pacing was too fast, and it was making me feel like that's what was going to happen. On the other hand, I love that Lorna freaking donned her green ass Magneto Polaris outfit, went and found Brew and said, let's go take on this shit together. Because when Jean was dying during the Hellfire Gala, she found her astral projection or whatever.
Yeah.
She found Lorna and comforted her and did the same thing for Brew. So I was like, yes, you are doing it for Jean. Come on, bitches. Can we tell I love my X-Men redheads?
Not
It's a
at
good
all.
love to
Sounds like
have,
you
though.
hate them.
I like Jean. What you got, Travis?
This is my last one. Save the best for last. I'm super excited for this. Coming in at $2.99, so you know it's a Spawn type of title, but it's Sam and Twitch Case Files.
Ooh.
I'm a huge Sam and Twitch fan. I like that they're going to be getting a solo title like they did in the late 90s. Yeah. So I'm excited to see these two back in action. Sad to say that it is going to be written by Todd McFarlane. So I just, he's a good artist. He's just not the best writer. So
I have to go because I think he stopped that series short, and I have to imagine this is, he just had more of that story in him because it kind of came left field, like.
He didn't really write the series in the 90s either. It was I can't believe I'm blanking on his name and that, but I know Paul doesn't like him. Shout out Paul.
Drawing a blank, and I thought he did write the original.
Yeah. Frig. Sam and Twitch. Somebody in the chat help me out here. Sam and Twitch. Brian Michael Bendis.
Oh, haha.
Yeah, Brian Michael Bendis was the one who wrote Sam and Twitch back in the 90s. So
he did not care for that, I gather.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a divided, writer.
I don't feel like he was that divisive until he arrived on Superman. I feel he just shattered everything when he got to Superman.
That's one of his only reasons I haven't read. I stayed away from that, but I read Naomi, and I read. Yeah, I mean, I've loved all that. I love the stuff that he created, so I don't know about, the stuff that he hopped on. I don't know.
Yeah. The Sam and Twitch series was good. I'll say that it was good. I enjoyed the Sam and Twitch series. I'm excited to get it back, but like I said, I'm not really that excited that Todd McFarlane is going to be the writer on it, even though he did create the characters. I'm hoping maybe he will get somebody to take over for him, because I don't see him writing for very long. Even with the Spawn series, he didn't write for very long. So I think he'll just kick it off, and then he'll pass it on the baton to somebody else. But that's the last comic on my list for 2024. Of course, I'm excited for series that are already ongoing, like Green Arrow. I'm still enjoying that. Justice Society of America, I'm still enjoying. Yeah.
I got
Mike,
one more.
Do you have any more?
Yep, I got one more. Not super excited, but I think it's going to be a fun, and they've already been on this tradition already, and most of them have been successful. But Dynamite's Lilo and Stitch, I'm kind of excited for. I think the animation already works. Comic format, we've already seen that, and Darkwing, Gargoyles, I can say I wasn't such a big fan of Hades, Maleficent, and but I am Lilo and Stitch is one of my favorite Disney animated movies. It's that and Moana, and I think one other are like my top three Disney movies of all time. And Lilo and Stitch is, I mean, it's up there.
Yeah, I had it on my list, but then I had more comics on my list, but then we weaved it down to about 5, and Lilo and Stitch was there. But I was like, you know what? I'm like
So
low
making
key
it
excited for Lilo and Stitch
$2.99.
because it looks so good because it just reminds me of the cartoon and like yeah, like guilty pleasure. Lilo and Stitch is definitely a guilty pleasure to watch. Loved it growing up. Loved the cartoon series too. Like it had
Me
a
too.
series
Yeah,
where like they were trying to catch all of the experiments.
experiments.
So
Yeah. Cliff, you got
Cliff
any
doesn't
more?
look excited for it. He's just like, yeah,
Oh,
Lilo and Stitch.
I'm not. I am not, and and it's fascinating because so many of you are. I like enjoy Disney stuff, like the kind of the way I enjoy Star Wars stuff, just casually.
Casually,
I
yeah.
enjoy it. I don't reach out and seek out more stuff. Occasionally, like Gargoyles #1 came out and had some cool covers, and maybe I picked up a few. But I don't need that. I would prefer another season of Gargoyles if we were going to go down that road. That's
Me
that's what I
too.
want. So like it doesn't really do anything for me. So like yeah, when we're talking comic stuff, you will never hear me mention very rarely. Yeah, it's never going to be outside of Marvel, DC, or something that caught my attention that's independent.
I'm with Travis because I have watched like all the movies and not, I mean, because they did 3 Lilo and Stitch movies and then they did the Lilo and Stitch like cartoon series.
Which I watch plenty of.
I love that lore, so I'm kind of hoping they continue in either format, the movie or because it is like an idea that you can expand on. There are some, like for me, The Lion King. It's like it's one of those properties where if you're not going to go like either beginning like before the story or if you're not going to go after the story, I don't feel like there's a point to just stay within what we know in the movies. Like, hey, let's tell this little part of the story you didn't know, that nobody's asking about. I think that's where they're getting weird. I don't know, but I think that's like any licensed project, like the Expanse or Firefly or Buffy. I think you have to have a love for that property because basically you're just reading fan fiction. Because technically, if it's not the movie or the show, it's not legit. It's
Yeah.
To answer Frog Prowler's question, all of of course, Disney owns Marvel, but all of their Disney characters, the trademark characters that Disney owns, they've licensed them out to Dynamite. They've had a ton of comics come out, like Darkwing Duck, Hades, Cruella de Vil, all of these other titles, Negaduck. There's another
yeah,
title coming out,
Maleficent.
like the Duck. I forget what it was called, but it's all there have been um, licensed all of those Disney characters to Dynamite to make comics with. Sadly, Disney still has a lot of say on what like shows up on the covers, and that I almost got Roscoe a deal with like a cover for Darkwing Duck, but Disney wouldn't approve of it because it was a cover where it was showing that I forget the character's name, but he was breaking Darkwing Duck's back, and Disney wouldn't approve of that because of the fact that the main character was getting injured on the cover. But yeah, they've licensed all of their Disney characters to Dynamite to make comics out of, instead of getting Marvel to publish them, because that wouldn't really make sense. That really, because then they'd be in the same universe as the Marvel characters. So they license them out to Dynamite.
Hey, they even licensed out a few Star Wars things, which I was shocked, but they did it.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, they didn't want to do that because then they'd have to be like, okay, they're in the same universe.
Well, no, I get it.
But
I get it with these Disney characters, but I'm a little more surprised with the Star Wars stuff. They're like,
I
you
you know
can
what?
do.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They're like, you guys can do hyperspace, blah, 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 and we'll do the main titles.
Well, they were kind of
It
doing
is
something similar
weird.
to this when we got like Spider-Man Double Trouble, and because they had some licensed property with like IDW, and it's not so out of the realm. But I will say this past year, Disney did go hard with their like giving some of the rights to Dynamite to do their series. But I agree with Travis. It would have been weird if we would have got those same Disney series from Marvel kind of thing, like from the Marvel imprint.
Even though like we are getting Disney characters on Marvel covers lately.
Spider-Man.
Well, the Avengers, like they're showing up, they're doing homages for classic.
Yeah, but they're all on
titles.
Spider-Man covers.
I didn't know that.
They're all Spider-Man.
I didn't even know. I have one. And it says
every single, even the X-Men one, all of them have been Spider-Man variants.
Oh, that's a good way to be like, okay, let's get this Spider-Man title. Let's get this going here. Let's get these sold.
Listen,
let's figure it away.
Have you noticed the outrageous number of variants for the Spider-Man issues since this series started? It is insane. Insane.
That is true too. You have a Dynamite. Maybe Vampirello will show up in a Disney book.
Yeah. And I love Rodney Barnes. And as far as
a lot of their titles cross over, except for, well, I guess they do. Vampirella, Red Sonja do cross over quite a bit with each other. But then you have other titles like Elvira. Nothing crosses over with her, so except for Vincent Price.
Yeah, of course.
In the Universal Monsters. What are you talking about? She crossed over with Ash too. Evil Dead.
Oh, she did cross over with Evil Dead, or was it Army of Darkness?
That's the title. Like, yeah, I think it
might I was thinking it was Army of Darkness.
But they do crossovers, and I think there's even a Godzilla in Elvira, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, okay, maybe I'm wrong then. I don't know that much about Dynamite. It's all
there's some weird. Come on, there's Archie and Punisher out there. There's
that's true.
There's some weird crossover, Archie and Predator.
But I don't know why. Like Disney chose Dynamite of all people.
Yeah, I don't get that. The logic would have been
Dynamite has some fire covers all the time. They have fire covers, and that they have the right people working on these projects, like Trish Forstner.
Maybe that's the reasoning. Maybe just Dynamite had a better, like a cheaper, instead of going through Marvel themselves, they were like, Dynamite just had a better deal as far as like, variants, who they had on board, like paper, I mean, that would be my thinking on why they would have.
Because like I also want to point out too, I'm pretty sure that Disney does own the rights to Marvel Cinematic. Like the cinematic universe that they have, but I don't think Disney owns the right to their publications, like Marvel publications, to the comics.
Yeah, I think both. They do. And I think they own. Okay. Yeah, they do. And they own, I think they own I think they're one and the same now. Just they still, they kept them. It's kind of like with Fox, because Fox has fully, merged into the Disney imprint, and but even Boom Studios been. That's why I was gonna say it was weird that they went with Dynamite, and that's where my thinking went with. They just maybe had a better deal, because Disney, I think, is like 75% shareholder of Boom. Like it's I didn't know that at first.
You had a Boom series show up on Disney Plus at one point and Hulu,
mm-hmm.
and it had and it was funny too, because like they visited, I forget what the series was, but they visited a comic shop. Yeah, it was an R.L. Stine series.
Yeah, it was an R.L. Stine book.
I forget what it was though. I can't can't think of the name, but it showed up, and they went to a comic book store, and all it had was Boom Studio books. So it's like, and that showed up on Disney Plus in Canada, I think Hulu in America.
Yeah, we had it over here. I think it was actually, the way I know about it is because I think it was advertised right before we actually got the traditional R.L. Stein series that we just got, the stuff of Nightmares. I think Boom Studios was pushing that like right before that. I remember seeing advertisements. So do I. I love Boom.
I haven't read
I,
anything much from Boom lately, though.
I read a
To be
lot,
honest
man.
with you.
Beholding Behemoth was one of my top reads. I mentioned Cy Spurrier's Damn Them All. And Travis, you would love Damn Them All because it's basically a female version of Constantine, but it's like I want to say that their version is it's different, but I kind of like it a little better. Like even the art style, like what they're doing with like their demons, it's new and it's fresh. I'd have to show you behind because it's not a book that I reviewed because Simon Spurrier is so wordy. It'd be something I'd be taught like in my reviews. It'd be like a 45-minute review because of how wordy it. But no, it is a good read. No, but there's been a lot of great stuff from Boom. I mean, besides Something Is Killing the Children, which I loved, both um, House of Slaughter.
All right, so that was the last comic on my list. You guys have any more comics you want to shout out before we move on to the TV section?
Let's see. We talked about Ghost Machine. I brought up the X-Men. You mentioned Constantine, Superman Superstars, Dreamer, of course, with Suicide Squad, Blood Hunt, which I'm still excited about. Kneel Before Zod just started, and I'm nuts for Kneel Before Zod. And Kneel Before Zod also have set the stage for Rise of the Sinister Sons, which will feature Sinestro and Lord Zod. So I'm kind of excited. So I'm really excited for the Zodness. Zod is really about protecting New Kandor. He still has to resurrect the Kandorians in his possession. By the way, that's something I had no idea that Bendis had done. I did not know that he killed the Kandorians.
Yeah.
And so I could see why people were pissed off. So the Kandorians, half the Kandorians were brought back in a Lazarus pit.
Yeah.
Because Zod straight up said to Superman, Superman's like, why would you do this? He's like, you even know what a Lazarus pit is, like, and he's like, well, why? And he's like, because you did nothing, Kal-El, nothing. And I'm like,
I love it. Twice as evil.
But at the end, like, they rounded up the crazed Kandorians. Superman put them in stasis in his own bottled city in the fortress, but the other half of the Kandorians left in another model bottle city with Zod. And that took place during Batman Superman. So I'm reading Zod, I'm like, wait a second, why hasn't he resurrected the Kandorians? I don't understand what's going on here. Now I got all my answers. I'm doing a little research. I got all my answers. He will resurrect them, I hope. Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Zod, but Zod is crazy. Like, he is talking to a ghost of Jor-El, and that shit is in his head, man. That got me real worried. Faora is pregnant with a new kid. He got into a fight with his son because, like, his son is like, if you've turned this planet into a weapon, why aren't we using it to take over the entire galaxy, right? And he's like, you do not know your place. Get the F out of here. So he kicks the kid out. And then, of course, they're attacked by what appears to be pirate Kund and Kund.
Yeah.
And because I got to be careful. And so him and the Eradicator just, like, beat the shit out of them and handle it. And then, of course, that basically is going to cause some beef with the United Planets because that's not how we're supposed to do things.
Right.
But I'm excited.
He's around with Eradicator.
Yeah. Well, Eradicator was built for the preservation of Krypton.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the species.
Even though it can do all this other crazy ass shit, its main goal is the preservation of Krypton. So
that's what I'm telling you. It makes sense.
Yeah, I love it. And he even said to the Eradicator, he's like, "Are you challenging me with these, like, holograms or whatever?" And it's like, "What are you referring to? Who are you talking to?" And he's like, "Never mind." But it's like he's arguing with Jor-El in his head. It's great.
Yeah, the boy's crazy.
I like it made my list. Sinister, like, I'm definitely checking out Sinister Sons. I'm excited to read.
I know Trev's excited for Sinister Sons. I'm more excited for the Trinity or whatever we're getting with Damian, I'm more,
John,
yeah, I'm more
Damian,
excited
John,
for them.
and
I was
who?
thinking of her name, and Trinity, right? Trinity's her name.
Trinity. So it's going to be the three. That'll be interesting. But yo, they need to chill. I don't understand why they have to introduce so many Wonder Girls. Mom,
Yeah, go
Yeah,
back to my
like
girl
you need
Yara.
to go
Go back
back
to
to Yara
Yara.
4.
Yeah,
Yara,
bring back
yeah.
Yara. She's such in the background right now, and I have no idea. Well, I do know why. We can thank Jolene Jones for that. Thanks, Jolene Jones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because man,
didn't
she
you
was
create
fired.
her?
Yes, but she also got in trouble. Like, I don't know. You'd have to go look up the whole. I don't want to go into it, but
Well, you know, I hate to break your hearts. I was never crazy about Yara Flor. Her
you
introduction,
hush your mouth.
yeah.
You hush your mouth. Yep.
He
See you
was
later,
great
Cliff.
while he lasted.
See you later, Cliff. You don't talk about Yara Flora
You just
ever.
tossed me in the Phantom Zone.
You could talk about Punchline. You could talk about the
we should
design.
Yeah.
You could
wait,
talk
hold on.
about.
If there's a hierarchy,
No, you better not talk about Punchline. You better not.
Punchline's at the bottom. So you
Nope,
know
you
Okay,
better not.
okay,
Punchline's my girl.
I was gonna
Kick
freak
him
out
out.
if you were gonna be like, if Punchline is above Yara Flor. I was like, okay, he's out for good. He's not coming back.
No.
Miracle Molly. You could talk about Miracle Molly.
Your Flor isn't Amazon's attacks, and I am enjoying.
Yeah, she
her there.
is. She is.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the thing is like I loved Donna Troy and I got to love Cassie and I was okay with that. But now, oh, here's Yara Flor. Oh, here's Trinity. And how many of you? Like, there's too many of you. It's like,
Now you want all right. You want to know the coolest thing about Yara is they actually gave us the other Amazons and actually made sense. They're in Peru, like that's where the rainforest is. That's where our physical like Amazonians live. Like so, it kind of made that's what I really enjoyed about Yara was that she had an established background within the ties to like real life. But not only that, but like I love Punchline. She's one of my favorite characters. She is. I'm not joking. I hate everybody that hates on her, like Cliff and Travis over here.
I don't
They just
hate
don't
her.
understand.
I just don't like her.
They don't understand the dynamics that they're building up. No, they need to hurry up and get with the point because people are going to start losing interest in Punchline.
They need to bring back Miracle Molly.
Yeah, they do. They do. What's that? Oh, see? I like how Punchline's the main focus and Harley looks all like,
Yo, I love her first encounter with Punchline where she's like, "Don't you understand? I am you. Why are you? You gotta not do this."
That's to me is what that fight is what cemented my love for Punchline because my brother, and I'm sorry about that, he is excited that the Texans they're having a good game back there. So yes, if you can hear somebody excited in the background, that's my brother watching a Texans game. No, but that fight with Harley and she actually slashed Harley in the neck and they've actually kept that scar going forward. I that was one of those like badass moments in comic book histories in my eyes. I don't think people appreciated like there's certain feats like that I don't think people appreciate and they get glossed over. For me being a Harley fan, I think her being able to go toe to toe with Batman on many occasions, I think is something that gets glossed over and people don't recognize what that truly means and what her character is capable of just on a hand to hand combat level. Um, but Punchline, her feats I think are so in the background right now. Like, but I love the things that are tied to her origin, like her power set. I mean, we didn't get that at first; we got it later on. But her being immune to like all toxins and the Joker toxin, and to me, it's a MacGuffin. But man, it's a power set that I love. I think that's cool. Punchline.
Miracle Molly.
Ew.
Do you really like Miracle Molly? Because she did not.
She was like half robot.
She didn't.
Dude,
she didn't strike a hit.
My girlfriend's half robot. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have anybody. I have a robot.
I was gonna say half robot, half palm of your hand. What are we talking about here?
Well, I guess like all of a sudden I pull off my arm, it's robotic. Like I don't know. Never mind. All right. So are we done with comics?
Yeah,
His
yeah.
We got
first-
some more.
His
Yeah, we
lonely
got a lot.
his lonely sex move is called the Skywalker.
Hate us.
All right. Moving on to TV shows. I have a lot here on TV shows I didn't realize that I do, but
Me too.
probably made some of your list as well. We started
guaranteed.
off with Cliff. We started off with Cliff last time, so we'll start off with Mike this time. Mike, what do you got for us?
All right. So I'm gonna go full left field, but actually one of the ones that I'm most excited for is Interview with the Vampire season 2. I'm a
Ooh.
huge Anne Rice fan. I love and I know a lot of people like that first movie, but after I actually read the books and going back and rewatching the movie, I mean, it's such like a condensed version of that, of that story. So I really appreciated what we got from the Interview with the TV series, and really looking forward to, because they're basically in the first season it was just character build up kind of stuff. We just got introduced to most of the common cast of characters, let's just say. So season 2 should be like, it's all the popping off, stuff. It's when they go meet Armand, and it's when the story gets so good. So I'm really excited for that. And so far, in my opinion, they've done a really good job with honoring, Anne Rice's and the source material.
No, they definitely did, and even with the changes they've made, they still have really stuck a hard landing with it.
I thought it fit so well, like
Oh no, it definitely. Look, they took their liberties, but they were worth it because it pays off, and it's great. Not to mention all the homosexuality actions. Just
I love that too, though. I thought they did a really good job with that, and it wasn't like that. I'm not gonna go full blast into it, but and I know that the W word is out there, but I don't think they did it in that fashion. I think they stayed true to the source. And
right, I think they used it, like all of it, the way they just. I'm happy with they took a swing, and I thought it was a hit.
Yeah, the love relationship.
I still haven't watched. I have to watch. I don't think I ever watched the movie either. So it's. Yeah.
The movie is good, but like I said, it's a really really condensed. Even though we got 2 movies, and then the funny thing is the second one is a mix between the second book and the third book. I don't I don't get to think behind that. They were like, hey, let's just take parts of that one and parts. No, but I mean, the movies were like really, really, really like condensed versions of the book. So I want to say them doing it in TV show format has really like allowed them to breathe, as far as the book is concerned.
A while back, we did have some people shouting out like what they're excited for, and we had Phil saying Silo season 2 and Severance season 2, both Apple TV Plus shows. They didn't make my list because of the fact is they're on the to be announced, to be determined. They're not sure if they're coming out in 2024 or not. So I was like, well, I'm not sure if these are shows that are coming out, and it'd be kind of sad if they didn't, because they're 2021 releases. It would suck if it was 2025 until we get another one. But yeah, I'm excited for both of these shows.
Severance made the same reason, because it had that TBA next to it. We don't officially have like a release date, but I love the first season. I highly recommend anybody that loves storytelling to watch both Silo or Severance. Severance season 1 was so fun.
Little different take, and like it still surprised me to this day that Ben Stiller is the director of that.
Yeah, it is a fantastic concept, and in a world where everybody's copying this and that, I think it is a fresh new sci-fi, and there is some things that you will see that is borrowed from real life, but for the most part it's an original idea, and I enjoyed that part of it.
I think we're gonna wait a little bit while more for Silo though, because Silo came out last year. Unlike Severance, which came out in 2021, Silo came out last year, and then we had the strike. So I'm not sure where they're going with it. But the thing is, Silo is already written. It's books, so they're just adapting that to the screen, so it'd take a little less time to do. But I know friends of mine, like it made my top 10 list, Silo. And I know friends of mine like Phil and I think AR said that they went out and bought the books to find out what happens next because they are so intrigued with what was going on in Silo. So, all right. All right, Cliff. You excited for a show?
I'm excited for a few things. I'm afraid should I just rip the Band-Aid off and say the first one, because I'm afraid that, oh my God, he's not even on the screen now. I'm afraid it's gonna piss Mike off.
Oh well, how about you come back to that one, and that so you can piss off Mike.
Oh, I should say it now if he's not around. Yeah.
All right, rip the Band-Aid off. Let's go.
I'm looking forward to season 2 of the Rings.
I'm listening. Okay.
Oh, damn it! I'm looking forward to season 2 of the Rings of Power.
Oh, he's excited for that.
I'm a huge fan of Rings of Power. I'm probably one of the biggest people that like talk highly about Rings of Power. I love the show.
I had no idea. I thought with your love of Lord of the Rings, you were going to be one of the people tearing it to shreds.
Oh, okay.
And but I really enjoyed season 1. I mean, there's a couple of weak things, and I know it's there's the lore, the canon, whatever. But I mean, I'm like I had a good time. I enjoyed it.
Okay, so I love Lords of the Rings, and I have read a lot of the Silmarillion, but it's not read like a full book. It's more like a Bible, and that's the way it's supposed to be. That was the way it was intended. But no, the difference is, I didn't just read the books. I've played the games. Everything Lords of the Rings I've gotten into, and I want to say watching Rings of Power, what they were doing in the show is not so out of left field, because they were already setting that up in the most, recent games and stuff like that. Because a lot of the things that fans were upset that were so different from the books was the fact that, Sauron was able to trick Galadriel and blah, blah, blah. But that was kind of already set up in the games if people had played those. And I don't think everybody had got that. Because there's some stuff that they went kind of left field in the last 2 Shadow of Mordor games that we got. They didn't follow any of the main characters that we know from the books, so they kind of already set up that was kind of, so I enjoyed. For me, I can tell you what I did love about Rings of Power is, one, it did feel a lot like the movies, like the same aesthetic look. And I enjoyed that too. The soundtrack was phenomenal. That was one of the highlights of the show for me. The cinematography, like how it was filmed, was very pretty and beautiful.
The visuals were excellent. Except, it's so funny, that town with that the Puerto Rican elf was guarding. That town, that, and I didn't even mind most of that, right? But the town was the most. This looks like it was giving me Xena Warrior Princess vibes. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, it was. I can tell this set. Whereas when they went to what do you call it?
Dumador, or
thank you. When they went there, that looked right. Like it just, the environment, right, was like,
you could tell where they were. I mean, because I agree that the little town that they were in it reminded me of something out of A Knight's Tale or something you've seen in the 2000s, or
even A Knight's Tale cemented to look harder than this. I could see the fake thing. I could practically make out the fake thing the dude is standing on. Why? I'm like, they gave y'all hundreds of thousands of dollars for this.
But as far as because I don't just watch, especially when it's like this, with something that I do love, like the Lords of the Rings, with books and movies and stuff like that, and we get a new show. Okay, I'm looking at the story, and did it tell a cohesive story? Did it have cliffhangers to get me to watch episode to episode? Did it, these are check marks that I'm looking at as I'm watching TV shows. And for me, Rings of Power had all that. Everybody was, what's the show's about? It's in the name. It's in the damn name. That's exactly what the show's about. It's just about the story on how the rings were made, and that's basically it. Yes, there's story that goes around it, but that's what we're dealing with here. And there's not a book called Rings of Power that, and that, yes, a lot of this is taken from the Silmarillion, and those are different jewelry of power that aren't even in this show. This is specifically like how Sauron came up with the 9 rings and the 3 and it's just that story. But no, I really enjoyed it. I'm not one of the because I know Lady Fantastic is a huge Lords of the Ring fan, and she did not like the show because they deviated from the books so much. But the books, I mean, if you that's another weird thing because the books are not like, it's not like they were all written by J.R.R. It was him and his son, and a lot of that was taken like after he died. His son kind of had to piece together from letters and notes, and that's how they came up with the rest of the stuff after Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was like, look, I had a great time, and I loved it, and I loved the little mystery, and and a little bit of intrigue. The singing to the mountain, I thought that was freaking great.
Man, the acting, I thought was great.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my, just the elven dwarf budding friendship was
the relationship,
so yeah. But anyhow, we don't have to dwell on it. But my first pick, Rings of Power season 2.
It's not on my list.
Of course it's not.
On my list.
But you wanna name a show that's Mike is definitely not watching and does not like. I will start it off good too. I'm going with The Boys season 4 coming out on the 13th.
I love The Boys. I love The Boys.
Mike's not a fan of The Boys, so I'm super excited for The Boys season 4. I love what they're setting up. You kind of got a glimpse of it in Gen V of where they're going to go with the story. I know that they keep hinting at a certain character, like, oh, we got to get rid of this character, we got to kill him off and that. But at the same time, you're like, kind of like, I hope they don't, because he's such a great character in the show, and if you kill him off, then it's like you have one less person in that cast. I'm also curious to know what they're going to do with Black Noir. Because it is shown that he is going to be in this season. Who is under that mask? Because I don't think it is that character. It could be a character we know from Gen V. Let's find out.
I'm wondering if A, it's a character from Gen V, or B, if it's going to come back to its comic book roots.
And B, I won't spoil it.
Yeah, but B, who we discovered, there,
Mm-hmm. I'm so on board with what they're doing with The Boys, and I absolutely love Gen V. Gen V, they spawn out from The Boys, and like I said in my top 10 TV shows, you don't have to watch The Boys to understand what's going on in Gen V, but chances are you're going to watch both. There's no way that you're not going to watch both.
I was really mad with the first episode, and because I thought I was going to find all the characters loathsome, right? And because I was like, oh well, they have powers, and basically we don't meet any good people with powers so far. It's been Starlight, and that's about it. Like, oh, I'm sorry, and
her what's that?
Maeve.
Oh, Maeve. Well,
oh, and her former buddy, Maeve ultimately does the right thing. Her former buddy, and he died for it. He died for being a good guy, Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If we do meet a good soup, they end up dead quick. Like the Daredevil guy, right? And freaking Homelander was like, oh, that's cute. Bam, like, you're never working again, kid. if that didn't kill him, mind you, right? Like that's all. Like I was like, if that didn't kill that Daredevil.
I'm pretty sure he got a little bit of brain damage.
Yeah, I was gonna
Like,
say, I'm like that did not. But then again, Homelander may know how to use his powers to only blow out the guy's eardrums, right? But yeah,
well, there's no way that you could do that to blow out the eardrums, but there's no way that guy's not walking into there without a concussion. Like he definitely had a concussion after that.
yeah. I mean, he was screaming for his life on the ground. It was pretty bad. But that said, yeah, I actually felt for these characters and got to like them. Okay, maybe.
Like I said before, like it's a total flip because like in The Boys, you're following the boys, and the big bads of it are the Supes. Like you're pretty much told like, oh, you have to hate the Supes. They're hateful. Then you flip it over to the Gen V, and you're following the Supes, and the humans are evil.
Yeah.
So,
but the humans there, like, we want to wipe them out. They're awful. Like, look what they do. And I'm like, oh my god, how? But I'm like, I can't argue with the human point of view. They're right too.
But then you get to love these characters. So you're like, well, if it's all of the Supes and it's all of these characters I just grown to love. So it's just, yeah, I'm super excited for The Boys season 4. Definitely going to be watching that.
And what's her name? She's got the virus. She took it.
That's right.
So that's got to, and she's clearly in season 4. It's really funny. Like, you don't have to watch Gen V, but like you kind of had to watch Gen V, because like there are, like, it's like you can watch on its own, but there's a lot more you get out of by watching both series.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they'll bring it up, but this is how you do a shared universe, Marvel. They did it perfectly. And so take notes. Take
notes. Well, how you do a shared universe, you go right back to Star Trek, my friend. They did it first. I'm not sure if I'm not 100% sure.
I agree with Cliff.
But they did it. I think they did it first, and they definitely have done it the best.
I heard about that episode where they did the animated one with Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds.
Yes,
they crossed that over. That was
fabulous.
I heard that was great.
It absolutely is great. Absolutely.
All right, so that is my first pick of TV shows. Mike, you can come back now if you want to let us know. Also, Boys season 4, Amazon Prime. Just in case nobody knows, but definitely go check out The Boys if you've not watched The Boys. Mike, what is your next TV show you're super excited for 2024?
So another big one for me, and it's actually coming soon. It's another book that I want to read before the show comes out, but Shogun is coming out. It is I don't want to call it a remake because they had an original show, I think, like late 80s, mid 80s, somewhere in there. It could have been 70s. Don't quote me. But they've done this before. So, no, but this one looks really good. Like, I'm drawing a blank at a lot of the actors' names just because they're foreign. But there is a lot of like well-known names. Like the guy who plays Scorpion in the Mortal Kombat movie. He's one of the main actors in this. And I should be ashamed for not remembering a lot of their names, but because there's a lot of big actors that are tied to this show. But no, just from the trailer, it looks really, really good, and it is a story that I've always enjoyed. Like, I used to watch the original show with my uncle growing up, or I shouldn't call it a show; it was like a mini series. Maybe it was a show. I don't know. Yeah, Shogun was huge.
No, Shogun was a series.
Yeah, I think it was a series. Yeah, but it actually looks really good. I'm drawing a blank on who's doing it. I think it's FX.
I think so.
But I think it drops in February. I want to say like the later end of February.
Yeah, the new series should be February 27th.
Yeah. I know it's part of a 7-book series, but as far as I know, I think this one just follows the first book.
Yo, and we got Sonata is gonna be in it.
There we go. Sonata.
Yeah, I love him from many films, including I don't love John Wick 4. I don't love John Wick 4, but I love him in John Wick 4.
Yeah, he was good in John Wick 4, but yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, he
I
is.
know a lot of people love him.
He's in something else I saw. He's in Rush Hour 3.
I don't remember him in that.
He's in The Last Samurai, and he's in 47 Ronin. And of course, I remember him from 47 Ronin, and then I had to go back and watch
Last Samurai, baby. Last Samurai.
Yeah, Last Samurai. Which
I did see this. It didn't make my list, but I did see it on the 2024 TV show list. Yeah. What's going to be on?
I think FX. We were talking about that, but I mean, it's not comic book related. But I'm a huge fan of that aesthetic, Japanese lore and the whole Ronin, and that's kind of what it's about. It's about a traveler that he's trying to be the first to go over to Japan. I'm drawing a blank where he's from, but it's that he partakes on a journey and then he ends up getting stuck over there, and after that, it just continues his journey once he gets stuck over there. That's kind of
what's up, Paul.
What's up, Paul?
Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to check it out because, are you talking Shogun?
Yeah, Shogun.
It's.
It is one of the shows I'm very excited for. That's number 2 on my list.
Interesting. I'll probably give it a try. Is it just Japanese version coming out, or are they going to have a English version as well?
No, this is English. It's FX.
Oh, full English. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's. I want to say it's done by the same company that's doing Walking Dead. No, it's not AMC, or it might be AMC. Maybe it's AMC. I don't remember. Y'all have to look it up. I don't have it in front of me. But no, it's done by one of the just regular companies that gives us good shows, kind of thing.
AMC does give us some good shows.
I want to say it's FX though for some reason. Because I
think FX is really good.
Because I think it's Disney that's doing it. I think Disney's the background company.
All right, Cliffy White, man. What's next on your list of TV shows?
You know what? I think I'm gonna skip things that are returning, but I don't. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna honorable mention things that are returning. I'm gonna honorable mention Invincible season 2, part 2, because I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm gonna follow up. And I'm gonna follow up on something else I'm really looking forward to, which is on Max. Kite Man, hell yeah!
That's on my list. That's top on.
That's very high on my list. Yes.
That didn't make my list because it's in the to be determined tier still, isn't it?
No, it's
got a trailer.
No, and it should be quick. They said we're getting it I think we're getting it February or March. They said we're getting it early.
We're definitely getting it in 2024, but it did say coming soon. It didn't say the trailer. It said coming soon. It didn't say the date on it. So.
I think it was coming real effing soon. I think was the word.
No, it said coming soon, and then it put 2, and then it slash because of how it began. He was just yeah, I was in my bedroom, but my mom was banging on my door. She's like, "What are you doing in there?" I was like, "Definitely not jacking off," and that sounds like somebody that's jacking off. So. Yeah, Kite Man, even Harley Quinn. What would it be? Season 5?
Yep.
I'm super excited for that, especially how it ended. So. All right.
Lake Bell, by the way, does such a great Ivy. I just can't picture Ivy having any other voice. I just pictured that voice.
All their voices,
She did a pretty. Did you watch What If?
Yeah,
she voiced Black Widow.
Yeah, she did a great job.
Yeah.
Who voiced?
You definitely tell it's her, but she did a great job anyway. Yeah, she has a thing for voicing redheads.
She did good because I thought that was Scarlett that actually voiced herself.
No, Scarlett's done with Disney.
Yeah, I kind of figured, but I thought maybe they
I
got her
don't
back
think
or something.
I don't think she's 100% done. I think they still have a little ever since her
Yeah, because they paid her.
yeah, they paid her, and I think they made a little deal with that. So I don't feel like
That's what.
I think we're gonna see her again.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm super excited for Kite Man. He was missed in season 4 of Harley Quinn, so I was kind of wondering where she was or where he was, and now I guess we're gonna get it because we didn't have Bane in this season either of Harley Quinn, so he's definitely going to be in Kite Man. Hell yeah! So I'm
thought we
excited that
did.
they're spinning off a
That was the
character.
whole pasta maker crap where he goes to Italy.
Yeah.
Have you
Yo,
not watched the new season?
Yeah,
I did. I don't remember that episode though.
But that's like half the joke, and that season is him going to Italy to get the pasta maker for what's her face. It starts out with the stupid handle, and she brings him the handle in like the first episode of the season, and he doesn't even make it to Italy until like, because he learns that whole like new technique from that pasta lady maker thing.
Yeah, and she doesn't want him. She doesn't want Bane to leave. She goes,
Yeah.
"No, you are natural.
You're my son.
Yeah.
I must have missed that part.
Yeah, you did. Yo, you know what I'm surprised at? That they got Kate Blanchett to voice Hela. Like, I'm so impressed.
Oh, that was so good. That was actually where What If really got good, was after I forget her name, but after that episode.
Kiari?
Yeah, that
Kiari.
episode of What If was fantastic. That was probably one of my favorite ones.
Not only was that one was one of my favorites, but I've actually watched the Hela one 3 times. I like it that much.
The Hela one was good.
The Hela one was really good. The Hela one did for me for Marvel What If what Prey did for Predator movies. Like I was like, do more of this to switch this stuff up.
Yeah, I thought it.
Yeah.
You know, especially coming from the first of the season, because every episode they were good, but I wasn't impressed or anything. You know, they weren't something I needed, or there were some ideas that I don't know if they work with.
Season 1 I thought was a lot of fun. I loved the
I
finale.
like season 1.
I loved Black Panther Star-Lord. I really enjoyed that episode. That one was great. And of course, Captain Carter was excellent as well. Like those two and the finale are my favorites, because I was like,
Ultron, baby.
Yeah. Yo, I honestly didn't see the Ultron thing coming. And I was like, when the Watcher actually like got like scared, I was like, oh, we're gonna get crazy.
Okay, so who was watching this season and got the cut before we got to the cut? Like, who knew that the cursed Doctor Strange was gonna be? Did y'all see that coming before?
I sensed it, because
like when he showed up with Kiari and he was like, "Oh, I've been looking for you for a long time," and I was like, "This son of a."
Yeah, I'm like, he's up to no good, and again, up to no good. Yet he wanted to restore his universe, and he did. It just cost him his life.
Yeah, but kill off everything else.
Grief took over him.
He wanted to resurrect his universe by killing everything else.
Yeah. He didn't have to kill everything else. He just had to kill enough powerful stuff.
I'm determined. You saw what was in that bit, how many them bulbs he had. He had no idea how much stuff he was gonna have to throw in there to like.
Until he was
moving on from What If came out last year.
We are getting season 3, they said.
Yeah, we are, which it looks sick too, because we
already
have
like
Red
pictures.
Guardian. Yeah. We had a trailer. Red Guardian and Bucky Barnes together.
Yeah.
Riding down there, and like a young Samuel Jackson and Nick Fury looked like. I could be wrong by that. It could be just like another random person. And it looks like Nick Fury. But moving on to the next one on my list, that the only reason it's on my list is for the simple fact of an actor that's going to be playing in it. I love a lot of what's what he's in. And this is Mr. and Mrs. Smith, coming out on Prime Video February 2nd. Instead of like what they did in the movie where Angelina and Brad like got to get or like were married and they were spies, like they were actually married and then they come to find out that they're spies later on, work for two different people. These two are spies that pretend to be married, and it stars Donald Glover, and I forget the other girl's name, but she was from Pen 15. Which was another good show I've heard. I haven't watched it, but I'm excited for Mr. and Mrs. Smith coming out February 2nd on Prime Video.
I do like Donald Glover, and I trust his, the things he chooses to be in. But I'm just not a fan of the story. Any way you mix it, I don't. For me, I don't think it's that entertaining to have that concept. I think there's some ideas that if you tweak it just a little, like they did with this, I think they work well. And there were some ideas in the trailer that I can get behind, and if that's the way it goes, maybe. Because I'm not against. I find it odd that they pit the two spies against each other at all points, and this one did look like they were going. But if they get to a point where they team up. Like, yes, they're forced to live with each other, but at some point, like, I don't get the concept of like them, I don't know. But I could say I'm not excited for this at all.
That's fair.
I like him enough that I'm interested.
Yeah.
I could say I'd give it a watch, especially if word got out and oh my god, it's great and blah blah blah. Especially due to him. I love Childish Gambino is one of my favorite rappers, and I love everything he does.
Yeah, I didn't check. I'll check right now. But if he's signing on to it, then it has to be at least watchable and at least decent. So I check to see who actually wrote it, who's writing it. It's created by Donald Glover, so yeah, I'm pumped. I'm in board. Like, he created it. I'm all on board now. It's yeah,
Brad, hey, Comic Man. Bunch of people just popped in.
Wellbore, what is up, Wellbore? Yeah, we just got a whole bunch of people that just jumped in and
just lost
Cliff
it.
was just like, no, too many people.
He's like, I'm out.
Many people. Yeah, we
I
just
don't
had
need to say
20
hi
there
to
for a
y'all.
second, and then he just jumped out. What is up, Wellbore? What is up, Comic Vet? Yeah, I'm excited for that. Mike, you wanna
take the next one?
Take the next one. What's up, Cliff?
So
Welcome back.
I'm gonna steal one from you that I know is on your list, but I am super excited for many reasons. But Netflix's Dead Boy Detectives. I'm super excited. I love the Sandman universe. I'm loving that we're getting more from that universe, and hopefully we get second season of Sandman this year, even though it's not on the slate. But I'm still satisfied with anything in that universe. And Dead Boy Detectives, I actually enjoy. Like, I did read that 6-issue series that they came out with. It was a great read. Like, actually, they had great because they were touching base on like Korean ghost tales and Vietnamese ghost tales, which I thought was pretty cool. It's not something that I know a lot about, so I thought it was but I am looking for. I mean, the trailer looked fun, good. I mean, it just looks in that quality as the first season of Sandman.
Yeah, and it being on Netflix, I'm not sure how much Neil Gaiman's going to be part of it, but I am excited. I really wish they would do this and bring, like, I really wish Sandman season 2 would come out first, because they're going along with what the books did, and the Dead Boy Detectives showed up in issue 25 of Sandman, so I feel like they could have released season 2 of the Sandman and bring it into it, and then introduce us to the Dead Boy Detectives, then spin off to their show. So I'm not sure what they're going to do now. We got 50 people watching, guys. Thank you so much. Like, hit that like button, guys. That's just.
I said 50.
I don't know where you guys all came from. 57 people. What the frig? Thank you guys so much. We truly appreciate you guys. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Check out these guys' Instagram and YouTube down below. Just going to throw that out there while there's a lot of people here.
All right, what were you saying?
I'm like, okay, we caught a wave. We caught a wave.
74 people. Thank you guys so much. I don't like that's just crazy. I truly appreciate every one of you guys. But yeah, it's stated that Dead Boy Detectives will be coming out on April. Didn't give us an actual date yet, but just gave us the month. So Dead Boy Detectives, you did steal that from me. I am super excited.
If I had to make a guess on a supernatural date, and I can't give y'all the same guess, but I would say April 19th would be my guess, because that actually is significant within the book. If you know, I don't know. You should know that that happens to be one of the days they die.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that is the day before. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on. There's 100 people here.
Hi,
yeah,
everybody.
I'm super excited for Dead Boy Detectives, so I'm gonna have to get another one for my list. Cliff, what's another good show that you're excited for in 2024?
Show that I'm excited for in 2024. Oh my God, I almost forgot about this one. Coming to AMC, Orphan Black Echoes.
It actually, I can watch it right now too, because it already came out, but I couldn't find a date on it. But it did make my list. I'm super excited for Orphan Black Echoes. It doesn't have Tatiana Maslany in it, but it does have another great actress that I absolutely love, and that's Kristen Ritter. So
I love Kristen Ritter. I'm down for this.
Me too.
Did you ever watch? What was her show called? It was based on a book, The Bitch in Apartment 23.
Oh yes. Oh my God.
Travis got me onto that show.
Yeah.
It's such a funny show. You have James Van Der Beek playing James Van Der Beek.
Van Der Beek, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so, that was a good show.
Just fantastic. Fantastic.
Everybody say hi. I'll see. Everybody was just watching, I guess.
I don't care. I was like, welcome aboard. Just hang out.
So, Orphan Black, yeah.
So Black is definitely on my list. Did it make anybody else's list in the chat? Let us know if you guys are excited for what TV shows you're excited for. We did have a few people that stated earlier, like Norrin Rad stated his shows that he was excited for. Another one that I'm excited for that's coming out really soon. It's coming out next. I wouldn't say next week. I don't even know what day that would be. It's coming out January 11th, and a lot of people aren't really that excited for it. But I am. It's coming on Peacock, and it's Ted, the series, based on the Ted movies.
What is exciting you about it? Because you are literally the only person I know who's excited for Ted.
No, my brother. My brother is a big Ted fan.
I absolutely.
But I do want to hear. I do want to hear why Travis is excited.
I love the Ted series. I'm excited to travel to be with Ted in the series as he's growing up with, because we didn't get that. We had him as a full-grown adult, like Mark Wahlberg, and that. This would get him in high school. We see Ted showing up in high school, and that I think it's going to be a fun freaking time. And with Seth MacFarlane stuff, it's hit or miss. Like, I've fallen off of Family Guy. I absolutely loved The Orville. I loved both Ted movies. The first one being better than the second one. But I am super excited for the Ted series. I'm going to watch that on January 11th. Just leave me alone. I'm going to watch Ted.
I can say I'm in that bandwagon where I'm not such a big MacFarlane fan anymore. I like American Dad. I wouldn't say like I religiously watch it or anything. If it drops, I watch it if it's on. But like, as far as Family Guy, that's something like I can't. It's so hard for me to watch Family Guy. I detest it so much because I don't know.
It's gone so far off its rails.
It's just the fact that it just rags on the people that watch it. Like my brother loves the show, and I try and point out every time that the show does it. Makes fun of you for sitting down and enjoying the show, and he just doesn't see it. And I'm like, I mean, it's right there and they do it a bunch. It's like every episode. I mean, even with the theme song, it starts out. And I love the theme song. I sing it almost every time I hear it. But I mean, if you actually like listen to what they're saying, like it, they're making fun of you from the start. No, so I can say I'm not such a. I do like the Orville. I will say I'm with Travis on that.
Oh, I
Um,
love the Orville. Please, I hunted down a quarter of the cast because the last season had me so emotional. I was like bursting into Terrificon. I'm like, where are they? like, I'm like, I must have Peter Macon's autograph immediately. Immediately.
I do, but I've heard, like I heard. I mean, part of the Orville, the problem with that is that we were taking so long in the production and stuff like that was the biggest like problem with that show, and why we might not even get any more of the Orville supposedly. Um,
That shouldn't be it. I hope that we just get it. Like, I'm afraid that Hulu just doesn't want to reinvest in it. Hulu, Disney, whatever we're calling them this week.
I can't even imagine because the ratings on every episode. If you go actually look at the rating, it was a high rating show. Like even on the weird days that they aired it still had high ratings. But no, it had to do with Seth and his production company because it was just him embarking on an adventure that he wasn't really like well versed in as far as sci-fi and what it entails behind the scenes. Yeah, it
I can
did.
see that. I can definitely see that. But yeah, Ted, I'm excited for. People think that they're gonna ruin it, but it's the same creator of the series working on him. I have full faith that they'll do it right. And yeah, I'm super excited for Ted. I'm gonna have a good freaking time watching that. All right, Mike, what is next on your list?
Let's go. I'm gonna go big one that I am super excited for, one that I've been waiting for forever. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Um, the Netflix. Regardless of what people say, I love honestly, it's something that I recommend to everybody to go watch. Is that original the animation Avatar: The Last? Not only is I mean, it does have a kiddie style of animation, but it is one of the better stories that's out there. Like as far as fresh, new. Um, so to actually get this in a maybe faithful or good looking live action format, I'm really excited for because I think there's a lot of people that just aren't that they don't watch animation, and this is that's always the hope of an adaptation for me is to share that same story just in a different format type of thing. Just hopefully that they do it right. So I'm hoping that this will be faithful to the original source, but just realistic looking. And so far from the trailer, it does like, even though the trailer is just a minute and a half of meshed together scenes, from what I can see in the scenes, it does look like we're going to see bits and pieces, like faithful pieces from the original canon, show.
Yeah, I'm excited too, especially with that. Like, I didn't watch. Like, I watched the original show. It's a Western anime,
Hmm.
um, and
I
I
never.
enjoyed it for what it was. But the M Night Shyamalan piece of crap was still
I
just
do
leaving a
like that
bad
movie.
taste.
I do like that movie, but to me, it's just one of those. It's like an alternate version of that. But I mean, when I watch the M Night, I'm a huge fan of M Night movies. So I had watched the movie before I watched the original source material, so maybe that's why I. But even after I watched the source material, I can still go back and I mean, because there are some things that I do like that he did in the movie. For me, I feel like if we would have got a second movie, if it would have done better, I think he would have been able to get closer to the show. But no, I am looking forward to, and if you have not watched the animated, both the Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I think it's only 3 seasons or maybe four, but the second part to it, The Legend of Korra, both those animated series are really really good. The story that's in there, some of the concepts, like it's just a well together, and it is all I mean, it's a told story beginning to end. It's nice to have a complete, some things they set up way in the beginning, actually pay off at the very end. I like those kind of stories.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be um watching that. It did make my list as well. It did make my list. So I knew the TV shows. I felt like we were going to be in the same boat with a lot of the same TV shows, except for Ted, of course. I'm the only one that's watching Ted. Yeah.
I will give it a shot.
Yeah.
But like it's certainly I'm not like, ooh, no.
That's like Ted too. I watched it more out of convenience versus like, ooh, I want to see that, or ooh, I know that's gonna make me laugh. The first one was good enough for me, and eh, eh,
Okay, that explains it all. Like, yeah, the two. See, Ted 2 wasn't the best, but it was still good, and it still had a lot of
there's
good
parts of it.
laughs.
I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I'm not. I'm just saying that did I need it? No.
No, it's like, did we need this series? Probably not, but will I watch it? Frig, yeah, I will.
Is it in my
So
collection?
there it is. It's on my list. So
It is.
it's definitely on my list. So Cliffy, what is on your list? I'm curious to know.
What do I have here? Orphan Black was a big one.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, that one's Okay, fine. We'll go with curious. I am curious about this one, and that is Marvel Zombies.
I forgot that I did see that was coming out. I'm not as excited as most for that series. I know a lot of people are all on board for Marvel Zombies. They love the comic book.
Okay.
I doubt it's going to be like the comic book. Later, Wellbore. But a lot of people really enjoyed the What If episode of Marvel Zombies. I liked it, but I was still a fan of it. What is up, Mark? Yeah, we're still going. We're on the last section of TV shows.
Yeah.
So
I want to say I've enjoyed what we've gotten out of What If, because it's not like we just got the one episode. It's been like a mix of like 3 or 4 episodes. We got some of the Marvel because they used it kind of like at the end, but a whole show focused on Marvel Zombies. Like, I don't. It's another thing. I don't know if I need that. I mean, it is a comic book series, so it's not out of the realm of like, hey, that's an outrageous story. It's something that's already. So if it's the same element that we got out of What If, because I don't. I mean, is it animated? I don't even. I want to assume it's animated. Like What If?
Oh no,
If
it
it was
definitely
live,
is. It's
if
definitely
it was
is.
live action, no, I could definitely get on board with some live action something. But no, I mean, as long as it's the same caliber as like the What If, like, but it's one of those stories. Like I felt like it's kind of like the Black Widow story within that What If thing was like, it's kind of like the sum up of most zombie movies to begin with. They're two people trying to stay alive, trying to get a cure. They're running from the hordes of zombies.
Well,
I mean,
according to this, it's a new generation of heroes who try to fight back the superpowered zombie horde.
So it's just like different people taking on zombies.
yeah, I'm not that excited for Marvel Zombies. I'll watch it. I'm probably in the same boat as you guys with watching Ted. I'm in that same boat with watching Marvel Zombies. I'll watch the first episode, but I'm not that excited for it. But if they bring us something like they did with What If season 2, then yeah, I don't know. I'm just not excited for the premise at all. Bobby is though. Bobby's pumped for Marvel Zombies. Thank you again, Mark. Thank you again. I'm excited for Creature Commandos. I forgot that was
I
coming
forgot
out.
about that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I am.
I totally forgot about that.
But are we guaranteed it's coming out this year? Is it coming out this year?
It's stated. I'm pretty sure it's coming out this year. Yeah, it's the first thing to come out. Then we'll have we'll have
Soups.
yeah, it's crazy. We'll have Superman.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the chat.
Legacy.
Hi, everybody.
Speaking on zombies, though, sticking with the whole zombie stuff, the one thing I am excited for, I'm not kind of excited, kind of not, because it's been a while. I was excited at the very beginning when they announced it, but we are getting The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live, where we're bringing back Rick and Michonne and seeing what's happening in the six. Yeah, it was supposed to be a movie. Like, it was taking place after he got up in the helicopter. And then Michonne went on her own and stuff, but we're getting a 6-issue mini series concluding that story arc. So I'm excited for The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live. Make any of your guys' list?
No, I checked out on Walking Dead ages ago.
Me too. I'm not done with Walking Dead, but I just need to catch up. I think I left off like when they were on the Whisperers, like season 10, or I don't know. It's something I plan. It's something I plan to like go back and finish. It's just I don't know.
Well, here's the thing though, like you don't really have to, because like Rick and Michonne left right as the Whisperers were coming in, right before that story arc. So whenever you see Rick and Michonne leave, that's where we're taking. That's when it's taking place. So you don't really need to catch up on that much. Just need to catch up where he leaves and she leaves the show. So I'm already on that part, so I don't need to.
I could say, in my opinion, that's where The Walking Dead lost its momentum, was them removing Rick and, certain key figures from the show. It was like, we lost so many main characters, like back to back, it was like, and then you take away the main and it was like, okay. No, but it's not something I detest or anything like that. I don't think it ever did. There are parts of it that got real stale. I want to say, I think it was like season 5 or something. In the middle of it, it was just like a drag, trying to make it through. But it's something I've always planned to like eventually catch up on.
Is it on 123?
Yeah,
it was 167 earlier.
It keeps fluctuating back up and down and that. So I truly appreciate everybody who's just jumping in here for the first time. I truly appreciate you guys.
Is it just like a wave of traffic and they're like,
yeah, it is.
Let's just stop by. Let's just stop by and give this kid a like and let's go.
We are having some people that are sticking around though, because it is like we're having traffic coming in and out, but we are having people that are sticking around and that's so I truly appreciate you guys.
People are interested in what we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna blame this northeast icy ass weather and
people are at home.
People are at home and they're just like, I'm just gonna listen to.
And there's a lot of people at home, and somehow they got suggested. I mean, he did it. Just hit 1,000 subs.
This is true.
All right. So another big one on my list is Fallout. I do have some knowledge on the games. I'm not going to say I've ever beaten. I've gotten really far, I think, in Fallout 3 and Vegas, but I don't think I ever completed them because there's so many side. And I don't know. It's just like Skyrim and those type of games. It's just never ending on the stuff you can do. But the actual basis of the story and stuff like that, and the trailer that we got from Fallout looks really, really good. And there's some actors in that there are actors that I really trust, like Walter Goggins. I love Walter Goggins to death, and he's going to be a villain in the show.
Walter Goggins is great.
I love Walter. He's one of my favorite actors. But so I mean, he's one of those actors like we were talking about, like with Donald Glover. That I just trust and stuff that he's going to be in. Now Fallout looks really good, and the basis of story, I mean, the setup of the story is pretty simple, and I think it fits with TV, especially with that apocalyptic, people into zombies and that kind of stuff. I think it's a fresh, different spin on that we haven't seen in TV yet.
I appreciate you, Legion. Yeah, hit that like button. I know. I just checked the like buttons because I was curious, and we are over 100 likes, so I truly appreciate everyone out there. Sub up, y'all.
Thank you, random
It-
people.
Yeah,
Come in and
I
tell us
appreciate
what's
internet,
what-
the people out there in the YouTube world. I appreciate you guys. I am excited for Fallout. I still have yet to watch. This is why it didn't make my top 10 list, but I have yet to watch The Last of Us. But I think I'll watch the Fallout before I watch The Last of Us. I don't know why. I think it was the hype around it, and I was like, you know what? I'll watch it some other time. It
it's
happened
that
with me
great
before.
wall, right?
Whenever,
There's a
like,
wall that separates Canada and America. It has to be,
no,
right? Why have you not watched The Last of Us? What are you waiting
dude,
for?
it took me until Game of Thrones where it's done to watch Game of Thrones. It took me till I think it
I
was
could get
3
Game of
years ago.
Thrones now.
3 years ago, I finally sat down and watched Breaking Bad. 3 years ago.
Now that I don't get.
So,
Game of Thrones
so
I
I
can
just
get, because it had mixed conversation throughout the show, but like, I mean, Last of Us, I don't think I heard, I think it was nothing but high praise.
yeah, nothing but high praise by everybody. Not even even people that didn't even play the games were super excited for it. So
All right. If you've seen The Last of Us, drop a comment. What were your thoughts?
yeah, I'm gonna go watch it and I'm definitely gonna be checking out
Dude,
Out and about.
definitely gonna be checking out Fallout.
follow.
Mm-hmm.
What you got,
Thanks,
Cliff?
same to you, my friend. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody that's watching.
Yeah,
Um,
happy.
This is my first
2024.
live stream of 2024, so I appreciate it.
Oh,
Guys.
yeah. Bravo.
All right,
80,000
Cliffy
subs.
White,
All right.
bring us another
So-
TV show.
Have you guys thought about or heard about Dune Prophecy?
What? You telling me
Dune?
we're getting a Dune TV show?
Oh
Dune,
yes, that
Dune
is right.
Prophecy for Unmax set 10,000 years before the events of the film. The Sisterhood is going to shed light on the Bene Gesserit, the mysterious order that prophesizes the galaxy's future. So I am like,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
all
on board with that. I
Yeah.
didn't know about that, but I am on board with that. Especially since you said it's on Max. I mean, it's going to be handled by the same.
I mean, yeah, it should be. It should
I'm
definitely.
real, and I'm from New Mexico.
I'm hoping that
I love it. I'm real.
We know,
I'm
James.
fucking
I do have subscriber only on, so you'll have to subscribe to comment on this live stream. So please subscribe.
Yeah,
All
if you'd
you
like
have
to come.
159 of you.
How
Thank you
is
so
it
much.
159? What the hell is this?
Dude, we were at 174 at one point. So,
What?
179 when I look.
yeah. So, yeah, subscribe now. Subscribe to these guys. Leave a like, comment. I truly appreciate every single one of you guys that are watching. Yeah, I
Dune,
did hear Dune Prophecy. I did see that. I did hear about that too. So we're getting Dune 2 and Dune Prophecy.
Do we know
so I'm
any of the
excited for that.
players or anything, any actors or anything that are with the TV show?
No, that I do not. I just saw like a Max blurb about it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. I'm like, Dune, perfect.
And I agree, Mark,
I'm all over
without
it.
saying it.
What does that
I'll say it.
mean, though?
Well, the second you say it, they might disappear. That's why I don't. I mean, because it's still going to help, Travis. Yeah, but I don't want to say that word because
Oh,
that
right.
might
No, we don't want to
trigger.
say that word. No. But Mark is like,
Hi,
I'm
hi, all real people that have joined us. All right, so Travis,
Oh, well, I don't like this then. Is it bad then that this is happening? I got excited. Now I'm worried.
I don't think so. You're getting views, man.
Okay, they're here
What?
doing the Lord's work. Okay, all right.
They're
As
doing the
long as
Lord-
it's a good
they're
thing.
doing
I
the
don't want it to be a bad thing.
It's a good thing.
All right, cool. All right. 169 watching, Team Blurry blowing up. Thank you guys so much.
that's
All right.
hilarious.
It's an
No,
unexpected, unexpected gift.
Okay,
that
I could
is
deal with it.
freaking great.
You have
That
3
is
minutes
great.
to reach maximum save distance. I'm out of here.
Oh, look what Mark said. It happened on one of my DC Day streams about a year ago.
Hmm.
Well, that's fun and weird.
I'm pretty sure it happens. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So,
Jay.
Jay. All
All right,
right.
so what you got?
So, is it me or any? Oh yeah, it was. Oh, okay.
It's
I
you.
thought you were the one who brought up Dune.
Yes, I bought on Dude. Yes.
Okay. All right. Most of you guys took a lot of mine. I'm gonna mention this one now. It's starring the character we were talking about this movie earlier, and we weren't sure if this character was showing up in that movie or not. And this movie is still to be determined, but it's going to have the same voice actor that played him in the Sonic 2 movie, and we get a Knuckles series coming out.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't know that show was coming out. I passed it on the list because it just said Knuckles. I thought it was like some random TV show, and then once I found out, but I didn't. I mean, there's some cool things about this. Like Idris Elba is attached to the show. Yeah, down below
Yeah.
is the link to Travis's
AR.
OnlyFans.
That's the way to do it, baby. That's the way to do it.
His firefighter calendar is on sale right now.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that movie. I didn't know that movie was coming out until I was looking on a list of shows that were coming out, and it wasn't even on my radar until I saw it. And then I was like, you know what? Idris Elba is connected with this. It's going to be connected with the whole Sonic franchise. Huge fan of that franchise. As you guys know, Sonic 3 made my list. So I'm definitely excited for Knuckles. Damn
Yeah.
right I am.
Yeah, I think Paramount has a huge, Sega too. I mean, I think they have and they did back in the 90s, so it's good seeing one of my favorite characters getting hype and also having successful movies and stuff like that. It's nice to see. And I like Knuckles from Sonic 2. I thought he was hilarious. Like, I'm looking
Yeah,
forward to
great addition.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he was so good. Like I was
thought he
again,
was
I was shocked
badass
how good it
and-
was.
Yeah. And that's another actor that I do like is Idris Elba.
Yeah, he was fantastic in the Suicide Squad as well.
Mhm.
So,
Bloodsport.
also the Sonic comics are great. I know there's more characters that we could enter into the fold. Like, because with the Knuckles
Oh,
series
yeah,
and
there's a
stuff,
ton.
you can instead
You
of
got
it being
Amy,
like
you got
focused on like the real world, it would be in the universe where like Knuckles is from, instead of him
I mean,
coming
technically
to the
after
real
this
world. now.
point, since they're bringing in Shadow, I mean, because Shadow's, I mean, technically we should have had Meadow before Shadow, but since they're going Shadow next, technically they're supposed to be bringing in like the six next major characters, and I'm drawing a blank at most of their names, but Amy, the alligator, like that, they all show up basically at that same time. So, I mean, and they did a good job with bringing in Tails and Knuckles. So I don't think they're going to have, I have faith that they're going to do a good job with whatever they choose.
I'm not sure like who else they can bring in, because like with Sonic 2 they brought in Tails and Knuckles, and then the return of Robotnik. So we're gonna have Robotnik in this. Jim Carrey is coming back for Sonic 3, even though we're just talking about Knuckles. But I think with that, I feel like we'll have another character show up in Sonic 3, and then with Knuckles, I feel like we will get introduced to some of the characters, like possibly Amy. Who knows? Who knows if this series of Knuckles is going to be a prequel or a sequel? Like, will it be taking place after Sonic 2? Is this why it's not stated yet that he will be in Sonic 3? Like, is
I'd
that
actually be
why?
game for that. Let's see Knuckles like before he came through that ring and met Robotnik in Sonic 2. Let's see him back with the other Enchindas before they, before that whole war. I mean, or I could do Knuckles after Sonic 2, him in the real world with, side Sonic and family, because I'm pretty sure that's not part of the plan. Is him like all three of them staying with that family, Tails, Sonic, and Knuckles.
Hey, oh, here to see Turok Labs,
Turok
Hot Wheels,
Labs.
and Random Lakes Landscapes.
What's up,
Thank
Nick?
you, Nick Skicks. All right, that was mine, right? All right,
Um,
hit us with
I'm gonna
another one.
I'm gonna go with one that I'm super excited about, but it's a hot take, I guess, between fans. But I'm super excited about Halo season 2. Like, I really enjoyed the first season. I thought it was great TV. For me, being a fan of the lore, I, I thought it was great. So, and seeing the trailer for the second season, I think it looks just as good, just a little better now that they have a little more budget. Like, um, no, I'm super excited to see where we're going with the story because they have deviated a little bit. So I'm still trying to. I mean, we are ramping up to some major story points in the lore of the Halo franchise, and the actual like story in Halo is another one of my favorite like stories that have come up in modern pop culture over the years. Everybody got quiet on it.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
No,
I was looking at something.
I keep trying to monitor the snow situation. Um,
That's fine. It's
I,
fine.
I'm pumped for Halo season 2. That's another show that
We
me
watched
and Mike actually watched
Yeah.
together. So we hung out and watched it together. And it worked for me because for a guy that does not know the Halo lore, it helped watching it with somebody that does know the lore. And I absolutely loved it. I know a lot of people didn't like Halo season 1, but you just I think the biggest thing was like him taking off his helmet,
Yeah.
and which is like, who cares? I didn't mind it. I didn't care.
Yeah,
So
it's funny as we watched it, and I wish we would have done like a live discussion on the episodes because, I mean, like just talking about it and the choices that they made in the show, I think it worked with trying to understand who that character was because it's a different sword. Because when you're playing Halo the game, you're in his mind. Literally, Cortana talks to him in his head. So I don't think it was something they could do in the show without literally like having him physically talk outside of the helmet. I did enjoy the actor that they picked. I can say it wasn't like like when he first took off the helmet. I can say that wasn't like, oh man, he looks just like the because we had seen what John looked like outside of the helmet, and I can say but I could say that he's still pretty close though. So I would, um, I mean, but that happens, and as far as the realm, the look, and the feel of Master Chief, I think they did a good job with embodying that. Like,
and I do like the actor too. The actor was
yeah,
I forget his name in the show, but he was the Irishman in I'm having such a brain fart right now. I
yeah,
can't think
I'm
of
drawing a blank.
American Gods.
oh,
American
Oh yeah,
Gods.
yeah,
He was
yeah.
he was on that. He was in the first season. He ended up getting killed off later on, but he was fantastic in that. And yeah, he was fantastic in this as well.
Yeah, but that's definitely on my list. Halo season 2, and it's coming soon. I don't know the date, but it's coming soon.
Coming very soon. All right,
You know,
Cliffy.
Halo was another one where when I like checked in on people, some people were like, "Oh no, I don't like the way they handle this." Um, but I'm surprised. But yeah, season 2
I,
sounds fun.
I honestly think if you have not, if, like, especially if you don't know the story, because I go into that, not only playing the games and all the games, but reading the books and the comics and all that has actually lined up with everything, and they've done a good job with it. Like, I kind of like the books more than the games because they go so more into the lore. But I think if you have no knowledge on any of that and go onto the show, it's good TV. I think you'll enjoy where the storytelling goes. There's good mysteries. There's good questions. There's there's definitely good action scenes, but it's also well acted. There are some a lot, quite a few of well-known actors. I mean, one actor in general surprised the hell out of me, and I'm glad we get his character. But um, you know, depicting it from a TV analyst, I think it for me it fit all those. It had the cliffhangers, it had the key, the story progressing forward, that kind of stuff, setting up seeds, character development.
I mean, I watched like the first 2 episodes, but I will have to give it another shot. The only thing that fascinates me is I have one friend who's really like super. Why am I not? There we go. I have one friend who's like super crazy, into Halo lore and everything, and I like how only I'm freezing as I look at the screen. So apparently, like, there was a game before Halo that loosely tied into the Halo lore, and like there was the name of the computer there was Durandal, and Durandal was going crazy, right? And so like you had all these challenges because Durandal was going crazy, and then but like I don't know if you were like super into the game or whatever, you saw that Durandal was communicating with this other computer called Cortana. So anyhow, I don't know anything about that, and I think
I've never heard about it. That's
there's
all new to me.
Halo Ultimate almost tied all of this fiction together. So like I don't really know too much about it, but I thought that was interesting. I'm trying to remember the name of the game that it came from.
I've read 7 of the first books that they did, and I'm missing out on I think 3 that they've done after that. But the stuff from the books, they just like one book specifically is called The Fall of Reach, and eventually they did a game called Halo, Fall of Reach. I mean, but it's the same concept story. It just goes more into depth in the background and stuff. But I can say in the books, you do most of the books you're with Master Chief the whole journey. Yeah, and Cliff, you're going into 8-bit mode.
Yeah. The game was called
Marathon?
Marathon, yes.
I don't know if I've heard of that. I mean, maybe I have, and I just didn't piece it together with the Halo franchise.
Probably. I'm trying to close a whole bunch of windows.
Shell shock. I know shell shock.
There we go. I'm just never gonna get out of 8-bit mode. That's what's happening. It's great.
We'll be here, Cliff. It's because of all these people watching.
No, that doesn't even make sense.
They're lagging you down. They're grabbing onto you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead with what's your turn, Cliff.
Wait, no, that's right. I sidetracked us by talking about Halo. The Hedge Knights, another Game of Thrones series is coming. I'm gonna combo this up. I'm gonna combo it with House of Dragon season 2 because I am very much looking forward to House of Dragon season 2. And this thing sounds very interesting. So I'm like, yeah, the Hedge Knight, we're gonna give that a shot. And also, I feel like the creative team they now have moving forward is committed and focused on this product. So it could be good.
I like Game of Thrones and the aesthetic. It's another like franchise and lore that I did, that I do like. I am looking forward to season 2 House of Dragon. So I could be on board with another show depending on what it is, what it looks like, that kind of stuff. I'm not one of those people that didn't like Game of Thrones. It's not exactly the ending that I wanted, but did it work? It did. to me, there's some major faults. Yeah, I mean, there's
Oh,
some huge MacGuffins that happen at the end. Like, how is Arya able to like just sneak through everybody and be right next to the Dragon King? No, some of that was, um, but as far as like, I did it didn't offend me like as it did other people. I'm not gonna say it was the greatest ending of all time. Hell no. Like, it wasn't what I expect. Hell no. I got better imagination than that. Um, but I did like House of Dragon. I think they really redeemed themselves with House of Dragon. Like, them actually trying to just tell a story is what it feels like.
yeah, no, exactly. And of course, we got a whole new team for House of Dragon. So and I'm very content with them. You know what I mean?
I mean, with Game of Thrones, it's hard to fault the showrunners because they did not have an answer to things that they thought they were going to have answers to. And I'm not even
That
faulting JR. I
that
mean,
I'm I'm not
because
faulting them,
because
right?
yeah, I mean, you're talking about writing novels, and yeah, I mean, I want to say, but I mean, I can look at Stephen King, and yeah, he drops books like left and right. But again, some of the books that I've waited for, and some of his series, we're talking about, I waited 8 years for the next Dark Tower series in the setting, and I mean, so I want to give major props to the showrunners for actually getting to a point that was unknown, and them trying to come up with their answers to his imagination. And as far as like their answer to his questions, it wasn't that bad.
Um, I was okay with some of that. Um, but the
Oh,
execution was really rough, really rough.
it was. I mean, you're talking about, it went so pretty to really rough edged. I mean, just connections that didn't add up. Like, you're talking about, I mean, they literally MacGuffin the crap out of that show at one point, where it was like every other story point was something that they hadn't even introduced. They were just like, yeah, this is what we were doing, and that there was no other tie. And there was no way you could have jumped to that conclusion with the clue. No, and I mean, they kind of had to.
Again, but they also did not have to be sloppy. They were just sloppy.
Well, it's also his fault. He could have gave them the answers. He could have been like, hey, this is where I was going with the
I
story.
I am under the belief that um he did provide them with some working answers of his own, right? Um and I don't know. I don't know what happened there, and obviously they didn't have to do literally exactly anything too
Verbatim.
specific, yeah, or
Yeah.
verbatim, but like it just yikes is basically how I feel.
That could have been another option, is the company found out what his ending was, and it was either something that was just not producible on TV. Maybe he went like way left field with it, in like regards of like, what they were willing to do or show on TV, which is considerable because we're talking about like HBO at the time. But still, I mean, they are there is some stuff, that a lot of stuff that got left out of the books that just can't really do and get away with on TV, kind of thing. I mean, I was surprised they even did the whole like, brother sister thing, and I mean, even though that was, cause they still kind of had to like kind of tiptoe around that whole like situation. Like, I was surprised they even brought that into the show. So it could have been a situation where he did give him the ending, and it was some weird stuff that they just couldn't do, and they were like, "Well, we're gonna do this."
Well, it's a cable series, so like they could get away with everything for a cable series, you know. So
I don't that I just imagine that. I mean, and this is a lot of writers, a lot of like, and I've used him for a basis already. But Stephen King, he comes up with an idea, but he doesn't really necessarily have the ending set out until he starts writing, and it literally like comes to him as he's writing. And that happens. Sometimes people start out with a story and they just don't know where it's going. Sometimes the story needs to speak to them. And in his regard, I think he's still at that point where he doesn't know where Game of Thrones is going, kind of.
Yeah, it's so funny that you bring this up because did you ever see George being interviewed by Stephen King?
Oh yeah, I did.
And Stephen King is like, right, you just right.
Yeah, I know. Like and there's written that they go back and forth in written dialogue too, and that's just as funny. Like I don't want to speak ill. I mean, because you have to imagine it's hard. It's imagination on a different level creation. And all art, right? It's all creation. So I mean, you can't demand an artist to create. Like make me a painting, bitch. No. I mean,
Right? Like, no, of course you can't. And trust me, I've tried to do that to some of my artist friends. Are we back down to normal viewers? Is that what I just saw?
Yeah. We're back down. We've been back down for a little bit now.
Okay, I can go.
Yeah.
It's like,
so
thanks, random people.
I'm gonna honorable mention. I am excited for Wednesday season 2. Excited to see that. Huge fan. But I'm gonna go with something that's new coming out. They don't have a date yet. I'm still here and I'm still real. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, man.
Right.
I got worried. I got a little bit worried there for a second that you were actually not real. But I'm excited for the Acolyte. I'm excited for the Acolyte.
Star Wars, yes.
Oh, if we get it.
Oh, we are getting it. It's set to. It finished filming in June, early June. It finished.
No, I can say I'm excited for it though. I mean, I've enjoyed every Star Wars that we've gotten animated, and I mean Obi-Wan. I liked it. It's not like my top fave, but I enjoyed everything else. Andor, Ahsoka. I even like Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, all that stuff. Screw y'all.
I was a little, not so much. Excuse me, those ones. But I did like Andor. Andor was probably one of my favorite ones in Star Wars in the last little bit.
And Andor started very slow for me, but I stuck with it and I really enjoyed it. But
it was great.
It is the thing where Andor took Star Wars into another genre, right? And like
for y'all, that was more like the expanded universe for some of us because they've done, that was just the side of Star Wars that we hadn't seen, on film yet, which is nice.
Which I thought was nice, but I can understand for people that are very dedicated to.
Oh man, I love it, but I agree. It's one of those shows, and some of these shows that we had mentioned before, some of these shows you kind of have to just stick in a couple episodes. The character development is deep.
Yeah, but it was. I thought it was worth it, and it had some. Dude, after episode 4, I'm hooked. And by the end of that season, I'm like, oh, like it was amazing.
The scene where I'm drawing a blank at the names, but Skarsgård when he talks to the main spy and has that whole speech about what the rebellion is and stuff like that, bro. If you weren't taken back by if you're a Star Wars fan and you didn't hear that speech, like. No, and that's what that whole show was about, was the beginning of the rebellion and how, the seeds were being placed around. It was great.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this because it's 100 years before episode 1. So I'm excited for it. Thanks. Mike's awesome. Go subscribe to him. The link is down below.
That'd be Roscoe.
Or Cliff. Or Cliff. Maybe he's talking about Cliff. I don't know.
Your co-host is Roscoe.
Cliff's awesome too, I guess.
No, what happened?
I don't know.
Mike just dropped it and came back in. But yeah, I'm excited for it. And
was that your only honorable mention?
No. Wednesday season 2 is my honorable mention.
Oh no. Okay.
And then Acolyte, because I was just like, you know what, Wednesday was on the list, but I was like, you know what, I'll be like Cliff and be like something new that's coming out. I've already mentioned a show that's coming on to season 4, I'll come up with a new show. Wednesday, I'm a little iffy on right now because of the fact that 2 stars have already exited the show.
Oh no!
I still
Why?
haven't watched Wednesday. I've seen the first episode and that's it.
I think Tim Burton did a great job with it. That's why I'm like not worried with what he's going to do with Beetlejuice 2.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Super excited for that, and
Robert
he's
knows.
already worked with Jenna Ortega in Wednesday, and so he knows how to work with her, and he's already worked with half the cast that's in Beetlejuice. So
It fits.
yeah, so I'm excited for Wednesday, like because you had one girl that was going to be, I forget her name, but she came in, she had something happened with like personal issues, she had to exit the show, but she was brand new to the show this season. But the guy that could the artist, that's all I'll say, is the artist on the show, the tall lanky guy that was on the show Gifted as well. He was he presented himself to a girl and kind of came off like he forced his way onto somebody and he got charged for it, so he got removed from the show.
For good measure. You got any honorable mentions, Cliff?
2 from Apple TV. One is called Sugar, which features Colin Farrell, who also honorable mention Penguin over on Max.
That's one of mine, and Penguin.
And so like he's a detective on Sugar, right? That's supposed to be like a genre bending private detective story, maybe with a little bit of sci-fi, that I do not know.
Did you say pirate detectives?
No, private detective.
Oh, private. Damn it.
It would have been cooler if it was
pirate
detectives.
Sci-fi.
That's a new show. Like we're pitching you guys stuff. Make it for us. We need a pirate detective.
Wait, you know what? I do love a good accident because let's be honest, pirate detectives in a science fiction setting. Come on.
Okay, so this sounds like Blade Runner.
Right. I'm hearing Blade Runner as I'm describing it, but I don't know too much about it. But it is a Colin Farrell project, and it's on Apple TV. The other one that's on Apple TV is Dark Matter.
Ooh, Dark Matter.
And it's about a man who finds himself unstuck in the multiverse, bouncing between alternate versions of his life.
Yeah, Dark Matter looks good.
So those 2, I guess, or those 2 or 3 all fall into my honorable mention.
Well, I got like 4, but one he already named was Penguin. I want to say it's higher up on the list, but because we haven't got a trailer or whatever, but you know, but I am excited to see Colin Farrell reprise the role, and I enjoyed that version, the Matt Reeves, you know. All right, so Devil May Cry, we're getting a animated Netflix. It's a TV show, and it's with the original creator and everything. But there is a trailer.
That's what I like about Netflix, man. Netflix is doing it right by being like, okay, we're gonna let the creators of these franchises come in and give you an amazing show. Like they did that with One Piece, they did that with The Sandman. I gotta give it to Netflix. They're doing it right.
So they're doing that, and as far as I know, I think it'll be like a 13 episode show, and they do have a trailer. It looks really good. The animation is like they supposedly I think in the trailer they were talking about how long they've like been working on the show, and they've been taking their time, kind of thing. Thanks, Randy. All right, so the last 2, they were on the list of upcoming shows, but I have no knowledge on them. I just like the franchises that they're based off of. But Magic: The Gathering, like up until we did this show, I didn't know we were getting a TV show. I don't know if it's animation or live action, but I can honestly be on board with both. I have played the card game, and I do like the story that's involved in the card game, kind of like Pokemon. You know, there is a story that's attached to the card game. So I do like the whole like Planewalker, like, you know, teleporting to different worlds and stuff like that. I think it will make a like engaging TV show. But on the same list, Tomb Raider was one of the, you know,
did
that we're
see we're
getting in
getting that.
2024, and I do love. It's kind of like Indiana Jones, Captain Afra. I just like that archaeologist, archaeologist kind of right. Houston's kicking ass.
Touchdown.
um, no, but I do like that archaeologist, kind of, and I do like Tomb Raider, like all the games, the movies that we've gotten. I will say, the three newest games are some of the better in the franchise. But that was it for mine. Honorable
I
mention.
do have a couple more honorable mentions that I want to get out there. One that's really it's coming really soon, and that's Echo. I'm really excited for Echo. Skeleton Crew is another Star Wars series that's coming out. This one will be Jude Law will be the
Yeah.
lead actor in that. So and it's created by John Watts. So John Watts has for the most part given us some good Spider-Man films. So I'm excited for that. Also, what else did I see here? Lanterns. There's going to be a Green Lantern series. You know what? I'm gonna check that out. See, it says it's coming out 2024, so I'm gonna give that a check out. And then Ironheart. Ironheart's stated to come out from Marvel as well. No date yet, but it's still said to come out 2024.
I forgot a
that
big
is
one.
it.
I forgot a big one, and this is going to be a major hot take, but I don't give a shit. Yeah, we get in the next part of the He-Man Kevin Smith. It should be coming
Oh, that's
soon.
happening?
Yep.
I
There's
did not
already
know
like
that
a
was happening.
trailer. I forgot it's called like He-Man and the.
I think
I'm
it's
drawing a
I
blank.
think it's
It's like Masters of Revelation or something.
I think it's because I think it was the first one was Masters of the Universe Revelations, and this is Resolutions.
Yeah, Resolutions. That's what it is. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
But I am excited for it. It is continuing that first, the Kevin Smith that we got. So I am looking forward to, where the
I'm
story's going
excited
to go
too.
from there.
Is it Revolution? It looks like it's Revolution.
Maybe Revolution.
Okay, Revolution. Yeah.
Because the first one was Revelations.
Yes.
But that's
Yeah,
I've been reading.
I liked it.
I've been
think a lot
reading
of people-
He-Man. Like
Oh,
I've been
sorry, go
reading
ahead.
He-Man the comics, and they did give Kevin Smith like a 6-issue series, and then they got away with that, and they gave like Tim Seeley and some other people, but the actual series after Kevin Smith's He-Man, they've been fantastic, and like I don't know, I have high hopes for it. I enjoyed the Kevin Smith He-Man stuff. I wasn't.
I
one
did
of the
too, and a lot of people fell off like
Yeah,
they
the
watched
first
the
part.
part one and they didn't
Yeah,
watch
and then
part
they
two.
just stopped. And I thought the second part was the best part of it. Like,
Yeah.
I was so hyped episode to episode.
Like all I'm gonna say is like, let's say you're watching a movie, and then you decide to turn it off halfway through, and you're like, well, that movie's like, I didn't enjoy it because like they didn't give me what I wanted. Well, you didn't watch it all, so
Yeah.
like go watch it all and then come back to me and let me know how the ending was. So that's it. Like, you can't watch half a movie and be like, well, I guess you can if it.
Yeah, I can get behind people because I mean, there's some movies you start and first couple minutes you're like, "Yep, this ain't for me."
Yeah, but at the same time, it did like I know where the problems were.
Yeah, with the general focus from the public. Yeah, I get it, but
Well, they were like, "Oh, it's not a He-Man series. It's all about She-Ra." Like, well, get into
Not
it more.
She-Ra,
You
Tila.
do have a good story arc with He-Man in this series.
It was about Tila, not
Tila,
She-Ra.
She-Ra.
I don't. Sorry.
Get your He-Man facts straight, boy. No, I mean,
Yeah.
but I think a lot of that was just missed by those people. They were so focused on certain stuff because just the name in itself, it wasn't titled He-Man. It was Masters of the Universe, Revelations. And I think that to begin with was just lost on fans. They just saw He-Man and they were like, "Why isn't He-Man here?" Like okay, like you like this franchise, right? You don't have any love for any of the other characters. I mean, like I get it. He-Man's the coolest, right? But what? You don't like Man at Arms? You don't like Orko? You don't like? I mean, I don't
Oh
know.
man, Orko's storyline in this was so heartbreaking.
I liked all of this shit. I thought it was great.
Oh.
I could say the I could say the very beginning, and this is what I'll agree with. I think it was one of the hardest written decisions as far as like, and it's not the worst I've ever seen, but the fact that he killed off all the main like characters in the first couple episodes. You're talking about like he went through and literally like massacred like not only main characters, but then started tackling like side characters that people not have known about, but main fans did. Like I think that like him killing off Moss Man, and I think that would have been hard to stomach for true like hardcore fans, but it was kind of like, I mean, it was only temporary. It was all like redeemed in the end of the story. Like once you got past that part, they were all resurrected, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mark's like, I can't wait for He-Man. It's going to be great internet fuel for a good week.
It will.
Yeah, it will
Shit,
be.
a month.
It will
a
be.
month. If it's bad.
Yeah, depending on if I'm not sure if they'll do it in parts again. So, but that's what Netflix needs to stop doing, is bring it to weekly.
Parts.
Weekly.
No, don't do it weekly. Fuck that. Drop it all at once. I like that. I hate
I
hate the Disney's still doing that crap.
I'm not down.
Well, that's all I got. That's all I got for shows, comics, movies. What about you guys? You got anything else?
X-Men 97. Don't want to forget about that.
Yeah, Spider-Man freshman year.
Yeah. Umbrella Academy, the final season.
Yes.
I'm excited for that.
I didn't have a date, so I was just like, wow.
Yeah, I didn't have a date.
We got Bad Batch season 3, I think, is coming.
Yes, I'm excited for that. One of my favorite shows.
And
Omega.
Yeah. I don't know who's watching Chucky, but season 3, part 2 is also supposed to be coming.
And we're supposed to be getting Doom Patrol the second, sooner or later. They said
I think Doom Patrol's done.
Patrol wrapped. It finally wrapped.
Yeah,
I thought we were getting another piece to it.
No, there was
they had already dropped it.
I know that.
And then they just showed up.
No. If they go any further with it, then that would suck, because that was a beautiful ending.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think they're done.
By the way, I haven't finished Doom Patrol. I think I literally just discovered the last few episodes today while I was scrolling. I was like, they made no formal announcement, nothing. It's like, oh, look, it's here. About the second one dropping?
They did.
I absolutely loved the ending. They wrapped it up perfectly in my
opinion. They had like an advertisement. It was all over social media for a little bit.
No.
But I am excited for for the Umbrella Academy. Love the Umbrella Academy. Freaking rights. Such a great series. I'm not sure, like, because at this point they're past the books. They've gone past the books. So I'm curious to see where they go from here.
Shout out to the show that's going on right now. It started in 2023, but I mean, it's not done yet. But Percy Jackson and the Olympians.
I have yet to watch that. I hear good things, though.
It is good. I want to say that I did read the first book, and it deviates a lot. But I mean, it still holds true to what the book. I mean, I want to say it's doing a better job than the movie did.
How's your brother handling it?
He was on board until the 4th episode, and now he's really confused, where they're going with it, because they're changing a lot. I'm telling you, we talked about the difference between the movie, the book, and the show, and for some reason, all three have. The movie deviated. The movie stuck to the plot points. They went here, they did this, and they did this, and that's kind of what they stuck with. There was a lot of him fighting Luke at the end was not in the book. You don't even find out Luke's part of the problem until the very end of the book. That never becomes a thing. It's part of the prophecy. No, but there's in the show I can say they're doing stuff in different regards. They're kind of doing Percy. They're kind of doing Percy in this regard as far as showing him undercapable. in the book, by the like where I think we're in the fourth episode, and that they've already gotten up to Medusa in the book, he had already had like three different moments where he showed us he was badass. And for some reason in the book, we've only gotten, I mean, in the show, we've only gotten one of those like
I
moments. So
guarantee,
they're kind
I guarantee you, we will not get Daredevil this year. They haven't
yeah, I
even
don't think
started.
we are.
They haven't even started filming.
Yeah, I don't think we are.
I mean,
It was slated, but they got.
a TV series can move much faster than a movie.
But
I
would
think
you want it to? Would you
no,
want
I
it
mean
to?
I don't want. I'm like no. I listen. If we don't get it this year, because I want it to be quality, but I do think that they can. I do think that if they're really working on a quality product, I do think they could still do it, and we could still have it at the end of the year.
They could, because a year's a long time. But I would want them to take their time. You know, I mean, if they've already scrubbed one show down to the core, like I would want them to actually take their time, write a script, like, you know, not just either that or use what they got. Use stuff from that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, whatever they could salvage. Dude, the fact that what did they say? He doesn't
I
even put on
wasn't.
the costume
I
until
wasn't.
like
Yeah, I wasn't on board with the idea. The fact that it was just going to be a lawyer-oriented show. I wasn't on board with that. I like that that's in the show. Like for instance, the Netflix version of Daredevil we got that was woven into the show. That's a part of who he is. But I don't want that to be the main focus. That's like if we get okay, the idea of the Spawn movie that we have is Spawn supposed to be this like background character. He's supposed to be this horror element of the story. It'll be following Sam and Twitch, and
Yeah.
it'll be like this. I kind of don't want that. I want the comic book version of Spawn where we're in Spawn's perspective and stuff. I don't
you
like.
know, it's funny if they had literally done a Sam and Twitch sequel to Spawn, like almost immediately or quickly within a 2
Oh,
year
it would have
period,
worked.
right? It
Well,
would
they
have
could have.
worked so good because we would have been introduced to the character and we have that. And then, and then we have Sam and Twitch's investigation and interpretation of events, and it would have been cool. But the fact that how many years has he been talking about this and he still wants it to be Sam and Twitch's perspective?
Yeah, it's a weird like. It's just for descripting from him. This is coming from his mouth. What the script is supposed to be and
But
what
he's been
the
saying it
plot.
for like 20 years or 30 years. I think 30
26, I think.
years.
Yeah, something like that.
26 years
That's
is
okay.
insane.
That's why, like, I know a lot of people are hyped on this movie, but until I get a real trailer from this movie, I'm never going to be hyped about the Spawn because I've been waiting for it for so long. Like you're talking about, he keeps, you know, baiting these big name actors that are going to be in Spawn. You know, at first we had Jay White, now we have, Jamie Foxx, which I'm not even sure we have a positive idea on if Jamie Foxx is healthy or okay, but like and I'm not trying to diss anybody but I don't care who you bring into it. Like, why is that even like a something that's holding back the film is who's acting in the film? No, I want to hear that the script is laid out. I want to hear that you've been like investigating the film studios. That's what I want. That's the news that I want to hear. Like, I was really hyped when he said Bloomhouse was going to be attached to this. That's awesome. I love Bloomhouse. Give us more after that. Give us a production detail. Give us a. I mean, no, he's giving nice little details, but that's it. They're not like any details that kind of amount to anything like that forms a movie in my mind yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
On the
want
other
Spawn.
hand, if he's playing the game of like, let's keep it under wraps, blah, 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 maybe that's okay. I don't know.
Maybe this series that he's coming out with, the Case Files, is like it's like a prelude to, since he is writing it, maybe it's a prelude to like that series that he's coming up with Sam and Twitch. Maybe it's like maybe it's a comic prequel or a TV show prequel.
But I want to believe that he's getting to that point in his life, and this is going to be like he wants this done. This is going to be like, I mean, he's already achieved his masterpiece, right, which was Spawn, and that that's his baby. But I want to believe like getting this to made legitimate, like in a movie form and having it like super successful, like like what the MCU status success. I think that's what he's going for, and that's what he wants to do, and I'm on board with that. I mean, I mean, you're talking about one of the most famous, black characters in comic book histories of an ongoing comic book series. That should be something that should be like an instant go for Hollywood, like especially with the like hyped on other positive status that we've gotten, like from The Boys or stuff like Watchmen, where we have these this non-comic, especially right now when people are on this like, superhero genre is getting stale. Well, that's the type of superhero genre movie you need right now. Is something that mixes stuff up. Like in my opinion, it's a franchise. It's a movie that can be done. It's a movie that they could I mean, franchise the F out of. You're talking about spinoffs. You're talking about, that he's good in his toy stuff, but something is blocking him as far as the Hollywood. I'm not understanding it, but something is blocking from the
Well,
Hollywood
we
side.
all know he's been the absolute best and the worst of businessman over time, right?
Yeah.
So who knows? If Hollywood is a new territory for him, we might be getting worse negotiator Todd again.
Well, I think that might be the problem. Is it's not new territory. I think that was back in when late '90s when he was doing the movie and the animated. I think this is a more educated McFarlane, and it's more of negotiating terms might be I think I think that he's more on the Stephen King line of things, where he's just more about protecting his baby and getting it made at the same time. I think.
Oh, he definitely is protective. When I interviewed Sean, what was it, Sean White? He was worked on King Spawn recently. Sean. Oh my God, I can't remember his name, but he said
Sean Murphy.
Thank you, Sean Murphy. But Sean's like, actually, and I just re-interviewed him recently. He's got Viking Pirate Queen coming out or something like that, which, by the way, is separate things. It's like there's a Viking, there's a pirate, there's a queen, there's a wolf. It's not one thing. It's these four things, and the story takes place from their four perspectives.
But does it have a pirate detective?
No, but you know what?
No, that doesn't have crap.
I'm pitching that to him. So I'm sorry. So anyhow, when I talked to Sean Murphy, he's like, I love working for Todd. And there was like an issue, and he wrote a character in that like the Spawn universe hasn't touched since like issue 68 or something, right? So like no one's touched this character in ages. So he writes him out, and he writes him into this King Spawn story, and he's just pretty sure I mean Sean Lewis. Do I mean Sean Lewis? I probably do mean Sean Lewis.
Yeah, I think so, because I don't think Sean Murphy, either that or I didn't know Sean Murphy had done Spawn.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Sean Murphy, he's doing the Batman White Knight and Plot Holes.
Yep, it's Sean Lewis. All right, so
that makes sense.
It makes way more sense. And he's and Sean Lewis is a great guy. So anyhow, so this character, and I wish I could remember. Anyhow, the character he wrote, he's like, Todd's like, so Todd calls him in, and he's like, and this was like after this particular issue had gone to print. Yes, Sean Murphy is White Knight and such. And he's like, listen, this character, you did X, Y, and Z, right? And he's like, yeah. And he's just like, yeah, that's not how this character acts. And so like Todd acts like a living Bible over his characters, his characters in the universe. He's like, yeah, no, that's not his motivation. That's like this. And he's like, okay. And he's like, wow. He's like, Todd feels strongly about a character that no one's touched in 300 issues or 270 issues, something like that. So it was great.
I mean, that's a great topic of conversation, because Spawn is formatted where it like in the very beginning, he made it look like it has an ending. Because he gave us the whole like ticking time clock, like literally a ticking time clock. And in a story that dictates that there's an ending. But the question is, does he really know where Spawn is going, kind of thing? And I want to believe that he might. So it might dictate why he's so hands-on with what fits in his universe. I like that. I mean,
No,
it was.
I like it. I like it too. And and again, and I think Sean Lewis actually told some really great stories because um what do you call it? Because Todd was really concrete about stuff and otherwise just didn't interfere, you know? It was like, I like X, Y, and Z, go to town, you know? And then it's like, okay, this didn't fall into my XYZ category, fix it. And I thought that was great.
It reminds me the way that it's formatted. It reminds me of a lot how Lucas was back in the day with Star Wars before he sold the rights. I mean, because at that time we were getting a huge amount of expanded lore. Like after '95, after Heir to the Empire, we were getting books, comics, expanded lore on the back of toys, and all that was through the consent of George Lucas. Like everything had to be approved. It had to fit into his universe. I can always appreciate that like allowing someone to come in and touch what you've created, but also make sure it still stays aligned with everything, because you don't want s- stuff that's not fitting into continuity or overstepping what he's you know Todd's already set up in the beginning, like some stuff that he didn't plan to pay off until way later on, and then somebody comes in and they're just like, oh, that that magic meter, yeah, wood refills every blue moon, I mean, you don't want somebody coming in messing up with something that, I mean, so I can really appreciate that he's a lot more hands-on, and hopefully through the whole age of Spawn, I've especially as long running as it is and how much he promotes the product, I'm hoping he's really hands-on with it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think no, I like it. And I always well, you know what? On the other hand, I'm probably wrong because as creators, people want to have their own artistic takes and stuff, and I think I respect that as well. Even though part of me, because I love my character, I love the characters I've invested in so much, I want them to be like adherent to some form of character Bible too, right? Oh yeah, Sean Lewis's book is called Bear, Pirate, Viking, Queen, and it's coming out in April. So I'm adding that to my comic book looking forward to list for 2024.
All right. So that is all I have. I did not plan to go this long. I didn't know that we would go this long, but I'm
This
glad
was
I'm
awesome.
glad that we did. I had a great time talking about this stuff that we're excited for. That's the whole reason I wanted to do this show, was to talk about what I'm excited for, but I didn't want to do it alone. So I'm so glad that you, Cliff, and you, Mike, have joined me for this. I truly appreciate you guys for doing this. Guys, go check them out on IG and on YouTube. They both have YouTube channels. The links are down below. Do you guys have anything else to add for the show tonight?
I want to thank all 170 people that showed up tonight, gave us watches, gave us likes, even though they were, very silent. And I enjoy that they spent their time listening to us talk about TV shows, comics, and movies.
Regardless of where they came from.
Even if their first name started with the B and ended with the T, I don't care.
Dude, that shocked me, to be honest with you. I just was like, all right, cool. We just jumped up to 20. Then I like look away, and then we're at 56. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Jumped up to 120, and then it was like at 181 at one point. I was like, what is going on?
What really happens is when you get the right conversation going with the right folks, people come.
Well, I'm curious because like I did share this out on I got Threads back. I shared this out on Threads, share this out on IG. I got Twitter back, or X back. I shared it out on X, and I shared it out on Facebook. So I shared this out quite a few places. So I'm not sure if that helped helped it at all. I did grab a subscriber from it too. So one.
It had to have, see, proof.
See, there was that one showed up. And that one is Jay, I think, and good for you.
Yeah, thank you, Jay, for showing up and subscribing. Yeah, see, I'm still real. Thank you so much, Jay. I
He
truly
shares,
appreciate it.
he shares my love of fake Wonder Boy, which, yeah, so Eros is Luciano Vecchio's creation, and DC shot it down. So he one of us. So yeah, that Wonder Boy is named Eros. I forgot what lasso he gave him. He gave him like a lavender lasso, but he was rescued by Wonder Woman in a nightclub that was under assault, right? And and the way he told the story, it's the Titans sitting around a campfire just sharing stories, and Eros is telling the Titans like how he came to be, and how he dedicated himself to Wonder Woman and the Amazon teachings. And it was kind of like it was kind of like back in the day when Wonder Woman had rescued Donna Troy and brought her to the island, and Donna like learned everything at the island and became Wonder Girl. It was one of those things where it's like, oh my god, you rescued me, and like and they don't go into detail about him dedicating himself, but basically she took him under her wing, and he became Eros. But DC dashed it, and he even drew some fake covers for him too that were great.
Were you reading Wonder Woman before like the Tom King run right now? The Eros was like the major villain, like at the end of that, right before Tom King.
Different Eros.
Yeah, he was the real god.
Yeah. And but yeah, I loved it, and he even drew other people who were temporarily Wonder Boy at different times, and he even drew a mock cover where everyone who had ever been like a Wonder Woman champion is like, none of us can do it. What makes you think you can?
I can say I do like
the lavender lasso guy.
I do like Trinity's lasso, and hers is lavender as well. It's like neon purple. But
yeah, don't think that doesn't sting.
But hers is the lasso of lies. I love it. Now they have the lasso of truth, lasso of lies, and I think the last one is like shit, I'm drawing a blank. It's like lasso. It might be like willpower.
Lasso of submission is the one that Donna Troy has. She stole it from Superwoman.
I don't think it's that one.
And then what's her name has her own lasso. The lasso of persuasion.
That's what it is. Persuasion. That's what it is. It's persuasion, lies, and truth.
The lightning lasso is Cassie. Cassie has the lightning lasso. So
yeah.
All right. So Wonder Woman has truth.
Lassos.
Yeah, Wonder Woman has truth. Persuasion is Donna Troy. Lightning lasso is Cassie. Lasso of submission was taken from Superwoman, and I think Artemis has that lasso.
I don't know.
Yeah, I lost track. They did, dude. It's so easy to lose track. Like I can't believe I just didn't notice the Kandorians were killed off by Bendis, and I'm like, oh snap!
Yeah,
Roscoe.
So, do you guys have anything coming up that you guys want to shout out?
Oh, I'm not doing anything for the next few days. Not at all. But I've got tomorrow night. The Council of Comics. It's movie night. We're gonna gently cover. We're gonna gently.
I like that word. Okay. I'll go on with that mindset. Gently cover.
We're gonna gently cover the Two Towers extended edition. I'm probably gonna go live with Toy Gaines tomorrow sometime, but I'm not sure. Monday night, Izzyverse will be substituting for me on the Council of Comics, while I appear over on Between the Lines, and the theme is the Legion of Superheroes.
Bring on all your Brainiac 5s.
Yep. Tuesday night, I will be on 1011 with Gary B. Wednesday night, I'm going to do a live viewing of Batman and Robin with Madame Blaster.
That I'm excited for. I did see that. I kind of wanted to ask her. I was like, "Is that Madam Blaster?" Because he just put Madam, so I was like, "Is that Madam Blaster?"
Madam Blaster. Madam Blaster is now going by Madam at the moment.
Madam.
Yeah, understandable. We won't get into it why, but yeah, it's understandable why.
Yeah.
That's a full list, man. We truly we're
Yeah.
pumped. You're going to be back here on Monday night, so I don't even have to shout out what's coming up for me and Roscoe because Cliff already did it. It'll be here Monday night, 8:35 p.m. Eastern. We'll have Cliffy White joining us, and the theme is Legion of Superheroes. Mike, there's something big happening with you and your co-host, or the host of a show that you do.
We got
tomorrow night, isn't it?
We got tomorrow night. We got Trev's 3K. I think it's 3K. Yeah. His subscription giveaway. He's doing a big giveaway, so come by, celebrate with us. It's always a fun night with me and Trev. Then on Wednesday, I'll be on Guess That Key. Me and Trev again will be, tag team with Paul and Mark, Legion of Comics, and the Sector. So I'm looking forward to that. But that's all I got coming.
So for me, of course, Between the Lines has been mentioned. I will be over on Mark's channel tomorrow night talking comic books. I won't be there for the Monarch talk because I couldn't get into the show. I tried. I can't get into Monarch. So I won't be there for that. And that's going to be like most of the show because it's like literally they're doing 2 back-to-back show episodes. Like they're talking about 2 episodes in that one. Other than that, I am thinking of doing a 1K giveaway. The first announcement is here. I'll be making another video or announcing it, but here's the items that I'll be giving away. And I'll be making them into a list. So I'll be doing 1, 2, 3.
Buckle my shoe.
How's that? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 giveaways on my channel for the 1K giveaway, and whoever else joins. One giveaway will be this. I'll just actually do this. It'll be this, my exclusive Happy Pines with the original cover here is one giveaway. The second giveaway is Blood Skulls and Chrome regular cover by Second Sight Publishing, and the black and white one. This is the Pop Culture Philosophers exclusive. He gave this to me to do the giveaway. So if you guys can see, I'll open this up here. Oh. This one here. As the Pop Culture Philosophers thing there. Gave me a few to do giveaway, so I'll be giving away those. Both of those giveaway is in one giveaway. And then the other giveaway is a Marvel giveaway, and it is this Spider-Verse Edge of Tomorrow Big Time Collectibles #1 alongside this Thor 12-cent comic in beautiful condition. No spine ticks, no nothing like that.
Oh, and a red cover too?
Red cover. So those will be paired up together. And then the last of the giveaway. So those are 3 giveaways that I'll be doing. Those are all paired together. This is going to be a single one that's going to be by itself. And I can't believe I'm giving this away. But I figured I had to do something big for my 1K giveaway. And that is, what if Peter Parker became the Punisher #1?
Ooh.
Really hard to get. And I'm giving it away to one special person. I'm not sure when I'm doing the live stream yet, but it is Certificate of Authenticity is back there. But yeah, so that's 4 giveaways, and who knows who might show up and also do giveaways on that show. I've just gotten the giveaway together. Stay tuned, hit that notification bell for the 1K giveaway announcement. But that's all I have. I just want to say I appreciate both of you guys for not only coming and talking about your favorite comic or your most anticipated comics, movies, TV shows of 2024, but staying here for 4.5 hours. I truly appreciate both of you guys.
It was fun. Thanks
It
for
was
having me.
fun. You guys make it fun. It's great.
All right. That being said, guys, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to both of these guys. Subscribe to me. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss a single video. And that being said, I'm going to go over to Matt Spidey's channel. See you guys there.
Yeah.
Rah.